Hello. What's up, Chad? Good morning. Alchemist, this drunk Dane being first, coming in first. Alchemist with the second. What is up? Cowface, dude. Hey, buddy. Or maybe not. Thanks for being one of the best teachers, all DevOps and Oh, thank you, man. Thank you for being here. Listen, I could not do what I do if you guys weren't here. So thank you. Thank you for just seriously enabling us to continue to do this. Thank you. And Cowface, dude, seriously, being one of the few people who probably indirectly is making sure I'm staying healthy by standing all the time. Thank you for the 7 months, buddy. Hello, it's Brittany. Hello, Brittany. Hello, hello. How are you? Dat Sickness, what is up? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. How are we? Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. I'm going to be real. I went live, kind of not knowing what I'm doing today. I have an idea. Are you going to manage to get some work done or try and keep up with chat for 2 hours? Yeah, dude, we got to figure this stuff out at scale. Seriously, we really do. You know, I mean, obviously we love being able to, talk and like chat and stuff. We really do need to figure out a way that I can like make sure I'm not missing stuff while we're still growing. Cause yeah, it becomes challenging. Since you guys have raised the points, I haven't been able to do that. We did have to raise them a little bit, but I think it was worth it because, okay, so Cowface, dude, I'm going to be clear. One of the reasons why we raised the points is because there are tons of people out there who are just like hoarding points, waiting for something like really like good to come along. And so, yeah, we're trying to get those points out of them. So what's up, Phil? How's it going, buddy? Hello, hello. Phil, I just wanted to say this, by the way. You know, the programming world is a very interesting place, and we're very sensitive to like when new people join our community and things like that. And you know, the Nix community has been a whole new world for me, and I'm trying to navigate it. I guess the best thing I could say is I'm trying to navigate it as non-biasly as I possibly can. And I just appreciate you being a part of that part of the community and having an open mind and stuff like that. Nix is hard. Nix is tough. And a lot of people have a lot of different opinions on Nix and stuff like that. So thank you. I just wanted to say thanks. What's up, Whisper? How's it going? Hello, hello. I know some people have like an invisible timer where they respond to chat for like 15 minutes. I got to figure out something. I mean, the thing is like, I don't know. We'll figure something out, man. We'll figure something out. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll figure it out. Anyways, so today, chat, I do want to get work done. I really do. But I'm not going to lie. Last stream, although it was super fun and I had a great time, I completely forgot what I was doing, and where I was. And so I kind of like, I have an idea of where I left off. However, I do know that I have kind of left like a trail of broken things along the way. I have broken some automation repositories purposely to try and fix some things in other places. I also just like did not write really great Go code. Last time was IT. Yeah, no. I mean, last time was hanging out. Listen, chat, you guys know every now and then we end up having IRL streams basically, or just chatting streams. So, yeah. Spoiler update, I should not watch last stream. There not much happened last stream, yeah. We pretty much just hung out and talked nerd shop all day. Yo, what up, Nix? How's it going, buddy? Gotta bring a Django 2.1 oh, dude. So that was essentially built in 2012 is what you're saying. That's a bit, yeah, it's a bit old. But what up, Nix? How's it going, buddy? So yeah, I want to do a little bit of code cleanup first and foremost. Let me make sure. Hold on. Okay, dope. We're good. All right. So I want to start where we always start, which is, you know, our documentation. And I want to go through the stack, and I just want to get all of the automation that we have in place. I want to refactor any of the code if we need to. Yeah. Did I do it under examples? I have so many charts now, chat. I can't even remember what I have under what these days. I don't even name them. It's just like page 8, page 7, page 5. Okay, so I probably did put it in the Alt F4 one then. There we go. I wish you could make dark mode for loading pages. Like this, you know how this is like this? I wish you could tell the browser to dark mode the loading page. Somebody make a plugin for that. I will download it and promote it like crazy and use it all the time. Because I hate that. Like this. Like if I go to can I like open up a new tab? Oh, come on now. This is the one time yeah, like this. Like I wish the like if you guys don't know, the reason why that's white is because the browser's waiting for a response, essentially. And it's also waiting for the page to paint. And so it's this really weird like limbo where the browser literally has no information about anything and it doesn't really know what to do. And so that's why it goes white. It just goes, it's just like, and then once it gets a response or once it gets something to paint, then it, immediately starts painting the page. Well, it's called painting. If you guys don't know front end jargon or whatever, technically, it's called painting the canvas, literally. And you wait for the actual first rendered object on the page to be painted. It's just rendering jargon. Yeah, it is. It's just rendering jargon. Yes. Not so much front end. Oh, I guess that's fair. Yeah, I guess it's fair. I did a lot of as I've said before, I did a lot of stuff in visual effects. So true. That's fair. That's fair. Time to hack front end and make our own custom flavor. Yeah, right. That's why I open tabs in background and then open. Dude, I mean, you know what? Honestly, one tab has been like my like life changer. Like this guy right here. Like this is so nice because like you guys hit me with stuff all the time. I randomly find stuff that I'm interested in. And like these are all things that like, I either eventually want to look at or I have looked at or stuff like that. And what's nice about this is it just nukes all the tabs and puts them in this like list. The only thing is, and like I'm not even kidding, at some point, like I almost want to build it and then be like, hey, one tab, add this. But it's not shared. That's the only downside to one tab is it's not shared. And I wish it was. Tab stash for that. Is it shared? Is it like basically the same thing but shared? Because if that's the case, I might have to switch. I really need something that's shared. I can't tell you how many times I've like purposely uninstalled something like Firefox or whatever because I use it on Chrome and Firefox. I've used it on both, and then been like, oh no, I forgot all the bookmarks. I love middle click too. Middle click in one tab. What does that do? If you sync bookmarks, I believe it does. Oh, interesting. Very cool. All right, so let's hop into some code here. So the first place we're going to start is with Pulumi Network. And as I said before, I have automation repositories that solve like a bunch of different problems, right? And so one of those problems is my networking layer. We've already talked about this. Actually, to be fair, hold on. So Cowface and anybody else, it's like excuse me. It's like a 50-50. We did talk about a lot of stuff last stream, and I also explained a lot last stream. So like I talked about the networking and like how I separate everything and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. Just skip through the stuff that doesn't relate to you. But anyways, yeah. So we have Pulumi Network. Yeah, I actually need to take a sip of my coffee. Hold on. I haven't even like literally I have not even sipped it yet. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, the body, like the first sip of coffee. Oh, it's like the body just goes like, okay, wake up time. You can sing. Oh wait, I already read that. Pause champ, indeed. I needed that. Oh, dude, I really needed that. Okay, cool. So Pulumi Network takes care of all of our networking layer 9 times out of 10. That's kind of like one of the first layers that you would start with, especially that or like DNS. You could technically, I guess, put DNS with networking if you wanted to, because DNS is a part of networking. I have a separate repository for that, actually, I believe. DNS. Aha, I do. Yes. I do that because we use a bunch of different cloud providers for DNS and stuff like that. So it made more sense to say like, all right, let's solve DNS as its own problem, solve networking as its own problem, and so forth and so on. Yo, what's up, Mr. Kappa? How's it going? Hello, hello. All right, so we've made some changes to the networking layer. So let's go ahead and see. I'm going to start at the main. Now, as I said before, this is a Go application. It's basically Pulumi automation written in Go, and it functions like a normal Go application in the sense of how it runs. Now, I use the Golang, we'll say, suggested structure folder thingy. Yeah, the standard Go project layout from the Golang standards project layout. Now, I do not know if this is an actual standard or not. I've talked about this so many times. I've been writing Go for about probably at least 2 years now, 3 years maybe. Exactly. And that's what I was about to say is that I've had people come in and be like, it's not a standard. I know. Very aware. Every time I talk about it, somebody says something. However, I have used it myself, and I use most of the standards. I would even say I kick out some of the stuff. What I do really like and what I mostly follow is the focus around like the entry points, having command directories for the main application entry points. I actually really like that because that forces you then to make your application really like a module that's always like, or that's also like retestable and things like that. So, and they don't even talk about that here. Like they don't say anything about that here. But I am saying like, I like that because I got that out of it. So like, for example, if we open up our main, right, you're going to see that we inherit or we import Pulumi Network Internal Provider AWS, right? And then Pulumi Network Internal Provider Azure, right? And so these are our modules that are in this actual repository. And so what I like about that is now I have a single entry point for all of our Azure automation, and now I have a single entry point for all of our AWS automation. And I can run them individually if I want to. I can, put them in different places, all that kind of stuff, which is really nice. So I do like that. Like, I like this. I like the internal as well. I use this concept as well, where basically, if we go into my code, you'll see there's internal, and then there's provider AWS, there's provider Azure, and of course these are the modules that we're importing, right, with their own code inside of them. But I'll be honest with you, that's mostly what, like, I don't use vendor, mostly because I don't use vendored modules. I don't use package because 9 times out of 10, I'm not writing something that has exposed stuff. API, I have used. I used it in Symfony. I don't think that's a bad one. If you're writing APIs and having all of your schemas and stuff like that in one centralized folder is actually very nice. Because then you always have, like, again, one place to reference everything. Your schemas can actually then sometimes become inheritable and stuff like that. So I liked the structuring around having like /API. That was nice. Never done anything with web, ever. I don't think. Maybe I don't really make front ends or static websites or whatever they're called with Go. So yeah, configs. Not a bad idea, to be honest with you. However, I normally have modules that like handle my config, right? So I don't really use that ever in it. I don't use scripts. But I think scripts is just a common root directory of something. Build, super common. Deployments, again, very common, not really related to Go in this case. And /test, obviously massively common. So, this is really the big one is, directories you shouldn't have. They say, source. And so, yeah, I don't know. Again, like I said, I follow it as closely as I can, but as this drunk Dane said, I agree. It is not an official standard that should be cleared. I don't know even how like these people like I mean, good job for the debate, man. It's impressive. So anyways, like I said, I use the command and I use the internal, and that's mostly what I use, outside of, that, really not much else. Okay. So let's go look at let's just focus on the AWS stuff since that's like what I actually wrote. All right. And let's go here. So we've got base CIDR, name, new number, private to. I mean, I feel like most of this is fine. Also, I have Mr. Yan, what's up, man? How's it going, buddy? That's okay. Just open up like 9 tabs and enjoy us all at the exact same moment. Your brain will just overload. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, it happens from time to time. I have no idea. I actually have no idea who is online right now. But yeah, no, it happens from time to time. We all it's like what's it called? Asteroids in space, man. Like every now and then we hit each other. Not literally. Hopefully, at least. I have not. But yeah, no. Yeah, we our schedules collide. So, and it's fun. It's actually I love those. These are the days that I actually really like these days because I feel like these are the days where it's like I can actually focus, which is nice as well. Yo, what's up, Leonidas? How's it going, bud? Hello, hello. How are you? Okay, cool. So what we're doing right now is we're looking at also like the schemas we've defined. Do we like how we're defining networks? Like, for example, if I go to Azure now, basically what I'm showing you guys right now is if you've ever written automation before, especially in code, how to structure it and like how to use it effectively. I have written a lot of automation with again, HCL. I've written a lot of automation with programming languages, and I definitely have got at least, I think, enough time with them both to know like where you can really trip up if you're not paying attention properly. And I think one of the biggest things that I can kind of share with regards to writing automation in programming language is, in my opinion, it's not so much about being able to use the programming language to just, write your automation and be like, oh, I can write super efficient automation now. That's not why you do it. You do it because you want to have well-defined structures that enable you to create your resources quicker, right? So let's think about that for a second. If we look at the example we have here of an AWS network, right? I only care about like what the CIDR is, the name of it, and the subnets it creates. I don't care about the, internet gateway. I don't care about the NAT gateway. I don't care about the network ACLs. Like I don't want to have to care about any of those things, right? In a non-programming language scenario with something like HCL, you'd like make a module maybe, right? And then you'd like put all that stuff inside of it. And you could do something like that. But that's the idea, right? Like that's the can you scroll down in the preview? Yeah, you can. I think it's like control something. What's up? I am Mart. Hello. What's up, buddy? But yeah, so I think like again, you can achieve that with HCL, with 10 or 11 care. But you can only go so far with it, right? You can't really do something like this, whereas like you have a highly composable, highly composable, highly testable piece of code that's also your automation logic. And so again, in this case, what we're doing is we're not just saying like, hey, I'm going out to Terraform, grabbing some HCL and, putting some blocks together to make something. What I'm saying is I want to make my own block, and that block has all of the pieces that I'm telling to have inside of it. And then I'm going to poke the holes in the block so that you can then like, pass the parameters you need. That sounded way worse than I meant for it to. But anyways, you get the point. We want to be able to make it so that every time you basically get a turnkey solution to a problem that you're trying to solve. And we do have something like this with Azure. So if we go, for example, to here, right, it almost looks identical. As a matter of fact, it pretty much is almost identical because that was purposeful. Another thing that's really nice is once you start saying like, okay, I want to have a definable schema around like how I declare a network on a cloud provider, for example, right? Then you could say like, okay, well, we want to really be able to reuse that schema as much as possible, right? And so when we look at the comparisons here between Azure and AWS, Azure on the left, AWS on the right, what you could see is like as an organization, as a company, right? If I was somebody who was working in the networking part of the company and I wanted to lean on DevOps for creating networks and stuff like that, and I was like, all right, I need a new network, then, DevOps being able to say like, okay, well, what do you care about? Okay, well, I only really care about da-da-da-da, right? Then DevOps can make that automation for you. And then you have really highly composable networks that are almost identical in how they're created, right? Oh, I need a network on Azure. Done. Same, almost identical configuration, right? New number, new bits, name. The only difference here, and to be fair, I would say that this is technically optional. Like if I made my logic smarter, I could essentially have made it so that these don't need to be here. And I want to be clear, like I just was being lazy here. And I also was doing this purposefully because I had some static stuff in there as well. But like, if I wanted to, like, it could just be that, 4 new subnets, each new numbers, each new bits, and then each one is private or not, right? Let me get all that back. There we go. However, that's the nice thing about having this type of composability is I can also be like, oh, well, you know what? We want to add and make it so that we can actually target subnets to AZs. So I can, provision 4 subnets, but make sure, they all get in their own individual availability zone for high availability. Because, that happens from time to time. You'll use some type of automation and then it'll go out and create some stuff for you. And then you go and look at it and it's in like 2 places and you're like, what? I was expecting so much more. And so, being able to set those expectations properly, especially give the developers that power is like what's really important about doing DevOps. And so in this case, I needed to be able to say like, all right, I want to have a subnet in this AZ, a subnet in this AZ, a subnet in this, blah, 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 everything else is pretty similar though, right? The name is the only thing that's like a difference here, right? Because that's something that we really cared for more on Azure, but it's the identical case with regards to the availability zone. If we just wrote more, more in-depth logic, we could also go back to the same thing of just something very simple of, new number, new bits, and then let it auto create the name and all that kind of stuff, right? The main point is that, as I said, we're also, at some point we're going to have a Google one. Like yesterday or last stream when, somebody was like, well, you've got documentation on both how to, provision to Azure and AWS. Why don't you just do Google and make a video out of it? Which I probably will, honestly. Like that's something I really want to do now. But yeah, that means that eventually we will have automation networking for Google as well. And the goal would be the same: base CIDR, name, and then the subnets that we want. And that's as far as we'll go. You know what I mean? We'll go and we'll add automation elsewhere. Okay, cool. So I think I've explained that enough. Let's go ahead and what up, Aramis? How's it going? What's up, live coding? Hello. Cloud vendors are like Pokemon, gotta collect them all. I mean, I think I'm going to be real. I think if you want to really be ahead of the game, you should. And I don't mean like collect them all truly, but I mean like be open-minded to realizing like there are products on other cloud providers that are unique that are way better than their competitors. And I'm going to give you an example here, right? Kubernetes is a lot easier to run on Azure than it is on AWS. Again, I've been working on it for almost a week now, getting it working perfectly the way I need it to. But Amazon's got far superior data storage capabilities and price savings and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So if you're talking about wanting to be like really efficient with your costs and, you know, all that kind of stuff, if you can, it almost makes more sense to have like this over here on this provider, and then this over here on this provider, and then this over here on this provider, and, you know, not necessarily spread it out that much, but have logical zones of, you know, problem solving where it's like, okay, we solve this problem here, or we solve this problem here. Yeah, multi-cloud basically. Yeah. And I do think that that is very, very reasonable and very, very possible. I don't think the latency is that bad anymore. I think all cloud providers kind of went like, all right, we got to be able to make it so we can talk to each other because people want to be able to run both of us. So whatever. What is the pop-up file? Yep. Sorry, Marnix. Yep. I'm using something called Telescope. Thank you, Whisper, for taking care of that, by the way. What would you be open to publish these automations down the line? Well, again, I'm probably going to make a YouTube video on it. So I've been more conscious of writing automation around like stuff that we create through YouTube or create through the stream. And so we will more than likely in the Alta 4, you know, whatever, this guy, in that one, there will be, because we have like public repos as well. Not all of these are private. We do have public repos. Like we have example Docker application, example AKS cluster, example Nix Python, example Argo CD, example frameworks. So like if you go there, you can see a lot of the example documentation we've already written and stuff. Did someone say nay-nays? Oh, someone said nay-nays. What's up, Aramis? How's it going, buddy? Hello, hello. Is Atoda... Wait, what? Is Atoda still standing under... No, dude. He's like downstairs working right now. Is it US East 1 or US West 1 that brings half the internet down whenever it has an outage? Yeah, I think it's East 1. I don't think it's West 1, but maybe I could be wrong on that one. Your cap MO? Yeah. No, I got you. I got you. AWS should be deploying their stuff in multi-region to be highly available. I think it's called... play around with them all. I definitely think you should at least play around with them all, yes. Experiment, chat, all right? Don't be so close-minded. Is that just me, or is to be a DevOps, you need to be a jack of all providers? No, you don't. In all seriousness... So you don't need, like, really, if I'm being a hundo with you, you do not, but you do need to know your fundamentals really well. Seriously. You don't, because all cloud providers normally follow the fundamentals pretty decently. Like, you've got your networking, or, you know, you've got your network, you know, the concept of a network. It's normally a virtual abstraction of some sense, right? And then you've got your physical, You've got your physical subnets, right? That things actually exist on. Those subnets have network interfaces that sit on them. Those get MAC addresses. Those MAC addresses get IP. You know what I mean? So like there is, like, if you know the stack step by step, like a lot of that translates to clouds and stuff like that. So yeah, no, I mean, I don't think you need to be necessarily a jack of all trades. But I do think, like I said, it's good to have a good understanding of just how, I guess, a data center works. AWS put their status page on AWS, so when it went down a month ago, oh, that's right, I remember that. That's hilarious, Metal. I remember that. What's up? How's it going, by the way, though? You should try Scaleway. Give some European providers some love, and you can figure out all the kinks for me. Sure. I mean, the only reason why we don't use them is because I've never, it's called Scaleway. I think I have heard of Scaleway. Yeah, I have heard of Scaleway. I don't mind giving a European, that'd be fun, actually. Do they take my money? I'm kidding. Where do they have pricing? Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure I can. Oh, okay. This is pretty much like identical cloud pricing then. Can you stop, please? All right. Thank you. That's annoying. Serverless functions. Serverless functions is based on, yeah. It's basically the same as Amazon cost. It's fraction of penny. These fraction of penny costs. This just blows my mind. You can. Here's a penny. Let me run 1,000 transactions. Okay. Kubernetes capsule. Extensible. Capsule is extensible on block storage, load balancer. Kubernetes Cosmos, container registry, object storage. So like, how far do they go? Because they seem like they've got a lot of stuff. Serverless containers. Let's look at containers. So Kubernetes capsule. This looks like some type of storage, maybe. Cosmos, multi-cloud strategy with managed Kubernetes across cloud providers. So what is this, like Ranger basically? They basically all work the same. Yeah. This, I mean, I'm down. Here, I'll just pin that. We'll look at that later. I'm down. Yeah, that could be fun. I'm again, just, suggestions are always appreciated. Sometimes these things aren't on my radar. I have heard of Scaleway, but I don't really ever think I even see ads for them. But that might be, again, like where I live. Okay, so this is required. We can keep that. We said that we like the subnet declaration. That's fine. Base CIDR, that's fine as well. And then we go ahead and we create our AWS network component. Whoopsies. This is our actual network component struct that we create. The name that we create as well, AWS, and then we register that component with the struct and the name and all that goodness. After we do that, we immediately jump into the VPC and we say that the CIDR block, the name, and the parent is are the options. And so again, SSD nodes is a part of Scaleway. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I started thinking about something else there for a second now. So just like we did with the network, we're going to do the same thing with the VPC. Like I said, we really want to, from the top down, start declaring things in a way that are, oh, I need a new VPC. Okay, what's your CIDR block, your name, and the parent, component that you want it in, because it needs to be in a parent component of some sort. Now we have almost like an SDK of sorts that we can use for building other parts of automation in our networking stack if we need to as well. And so in this case, for the new VPC, we again have our type struct, new VPC ops, CIDR block name, parent, same thing. You're going to see parent a lot, and you might say like, well, what does that mean? Pulumi, this is a Pulumi thing, but Pulumi has this concept of components. And just like I said before, where we're kind of creating a box that we're putting a bunch of stuff in, and then we're saying like, okay, now, recreate this box 100 times. We're making a highly reproducible component that we can even pass parameters down to if we need to. But the bigger reason of using it is because it has child resources inside of it. And so once you create your parent component, you put a resource inside of it and you give it the the parameter for the parent as the actual component itself. So in this case, they're using my component, right? That's the equivalent of our network right here, right? And then when we go to create resources, any resource, we have to pass down the Pulumi parent parameter with the component inside of it. And so then what'll happen is when Pulumi goes to create these resources, it knows how to essentially isolate that box every time. So whenever you make a new box, it has its own resources, its own set of, isolated components, and they don't touch each other. And you just only really need to touch that, the outside of the box. And so, yeah, we're going to be creating a VPC, but we don't want to necessarily have the VPC itself in the component, because maybe we need to create a VPC somewhere else, right? This is as like far as I normally get when we talk about abstraction in automation with regards to programming. I have gone down the like making classes of classes of classes and stuff like that. You are welcome to try it all you want. Like, go for it. Please come back to me and let me know how it goes. I ran into over optimization hell, where I was looking at my automation too much as code and not enough as like what was the problem I was trying to solve, which is just like getting cloud resources created, or other resources created in general. So I think there is a stage where like you hit like critical mass and then you're like, oh my gosh, I'm doing way too much. Stop yourself, and I think take a step back and be like, okay, like, am I doing too much right now? Is this, does this solve it enough for me? And then move forward. Yeah, that's just something to put out there. So the layers that you're really going to see, and like we can even, I literally can just, here, I'll make another chart on this. The layers that you're basically going to see me create are, they kind of sit like this. We have our component, or no, sorry, we have our repository, right? And then in our repository, we have our what we'll call like our components, right? Oh, come on now. And then what I like to do, and again, this is really as far as I go, is then we isolate one step further and we say like, okay, our component has like resource, and then like another resource. But the main point is that these resources are just wrapped in functions that are returned. And again, I don't really go much further than this. I try not to, at least, because I do feel like after a while it can get, again, you just kind of fall into like over optimization hell, and you really don't need to be like, okay, do I need like a class of this, of this, of this? Yeah. And so that's basically how I create Pulumi automation. So it looks like this. Boop. Boop. Right, and then boop, and then boop. And again, these components are completely isolated. Now they may like pass parameters to each other, but they are isolated in the sense that this resource is unique to this component. This resource is unique to this component. So if we go back here, again, I can show you that layer where we say like, here is our component, right? And then here's our technical resource. And these have been separated into their own separate files. So if you've ever written front-end code before, you've probably heard of like higher order components or like wrapper components and stuff like that. That's kind of what this is. Or like services, for example. This is just the component and all of the declaration of all the resources and their parameters, but the actual resource declaration themselves are in their own files. Okay, cool. So we're going to create a VPC. And like I said, we have new VPC ops. Now here's something I do want to kind of change is I think we're going to actually go to main, and anything that says ops, I actually want it to say args. Pulumi's already got the concept of args in its code, and I'd rather just follow a convention that is already there that makes sense rather than have clashing conventions. And it really does annoy me when I don't have standardized convention. So anywhere where we see options, we are going to want to change it to args. So like here where this says ops, you can say args like that. There we go. Ops. Now here it's actually resource options. So in this case, that's fine. Resource options is totally fine. Yo, what's up, Owen? How's it going, buddy? Same thing here. Ops, args. And I'm actually just using NeoVim to rename everything. So you'll notice like I renamed it here, right? But then it actually updated in the file itself what the definition is. That's just like a mass rename option. What language is this? This is Go. Yeah, we're writing in Go. You can do exclamation mark today in chat. I think it says what I'm writing in. Just chilling, playing some Cyberpunk. Yo, should I pick that game back up? I have been hearing more and more hype about it. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you, chat. There was, it wasn't last Christmas. It was the Christmas before last. Chat, Christmas is my favorite time of the year. I am a total like Buddy the Elf when it comes to Christmas. Like the moment Christmas music hits. Now I'm gonna be clear. I let it naturally hit the air. I'm not somebody who like for me, Christmas truly is not at least until after Thanksgiving. Like, I'm sorry, shut up, let Thanksgiving happen first, and then we'll get to, the holidays, I should say. And so, but like the moment, like right after, oh dude, like the day after Thanksgiving, tree goes up. And I love the holidays so much, but it was like a Christmas or two ago, Cyberpunk came out. Yeah, it was 2 Christmases ago, Cyberpunk came out. And honestly, like I have not been very hyped about a game in a while. It's a bummer. I'm a big gamer. I love playing video games. I've gamed my whole life. It's a massive part of my identity and like who I am. Yeah, I haven't really, for anyone else out there who's like, loves just like sitting down, like playing a good video game for like, a couple hours at least at end. I hadn't had that excitement about a game for a while. And so I played, like Cyberpunk came out and I was just blown away. I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a good game. And I played it like all through Christmas, like all Christmas, all that whole holiday, like every time, like, everybody else was like passed out asleep, I'd be like just like dead silent house playing Cyberpunk. So like, I have very good nostalgia around playing it, and I got to the end of whatever was then, but I haven't touched it since, so I might have to pick it back up if that's the case. Escape from Tarkov is also a really fun game if you like FPS games. I've heard, yeah, I've watched Escape from Tarkov. I played a lot of like what's it called? I played a lot of like I played a lot of like first-person shooter battle royales and stuff like that. So we want to say new tags. What I'm thinking here is like, whoa, what the heck? I don't know what I just did, chat, but I like freaked it out. You're probably thinking PUBG. I did play a lot of PUBG. Yes, I played a lot of PUBG. What's up, Agile? How's it going, buddy? We're gonna say new tags, mostly because I'm noticing that like see, here's the problem though, is like they're unique structs. See this VPC tag array? That means that this is unique to VPC. So okay, so technically we don't want to do that. Or if we did, we'd want to use the older version, and for now we don't want to mess with that too much. All right, so new VPC looks good. Cider block, ops cider block, enable DNS host names. Enable DNS support, instance tenancy default, instance loss and it runs in shared hardware by default unless you explicitly dedicated. Yeah, we don't need that. I don't think there's ever going to be a scenario where we're going to want to disable DNS host names or DNS support. So I think we'll keep these hard coded. I don't think we'll make these options. Again, this is a good opportunity for you to look at the configuration of all of your infrastructure and be like, okay, I'm looking at how we create VPCs. These are the options I want to give. Is that fine enough? Is there more? Is there less? Thinking ahead is really important when doing automation, for sure. DHCP ops as well. VPC name, that's fine. DHCP ops args, domain name, that's good. DNS servers, that's fine. And again, the keys are all fine. So I think, honestly, I think the VPC, besides just like renaming it from VPC args or ops to args. Oh, hold on. Let's get this as well. Args. There we go. VPC looks pretty clean. So chat, basically, if you're curious about what it looks like to create a Amazon VPC or AWS VPC with Pulumi, as well as a DHCP set technically, or DHCP options as well. This is what it looks like. Yeah, this is pretty much it right here. And again, we're following that same structure where in this case, we have like, to give an example, network, right, is our, or we could say AWS network is our component, right? And our resource is VPC in this case. Right? Does that make sense? And in this case, we could say like the repository is Pulumi network. Right? So Pulumi network, AWS network, Azure network, right? Virtual network. So in Azure, they call their networks virtual networks, whereas in AWS, they call them VPCs. That's really the only difference. Outside of obviously like how they're implemented as well. I'm sure they're quite different, but let's clean this up just a little bit. Like this structure makes sense to me. And if you can write your code in a way where you have structure like this, right? Then I think you have a good start to organizing your stuff. Because now we say like, okay, well, let's go a step further. All right, well, Azure networks don't just have virtual networks, right? They also have subnets. And actually AWS does as well, right? They call it VPC. Yep, they do. Yeah, some places call it VPCs. That is not unique to Amazon for sure. Yeah. How's it going, dumb? Dumb chicken. That makes me think of Cow and Chicken from Cartoon Network, if anybody's that old. Okay, cool. So yeah, so this gives you an idea of kind of like how all of this works, where we have this main Pulumi network repository, and then we have these components of like, okay, well, this is an AWS network, this is an Azure network. Well, inside of that is a virtual network resource and a subnet resource, and our AWS network is a VPC. Now, again, these use the same parameters, right? We said before that if we go back to network, if we go back to entry point, right, we'll see that the parameters here are identical, right? So AWS network takes base CIDR subnets, or I'm sorry, base CIDR name subnets, right? And then if we go to Azure, same thing, right? Base CIDR name subnets. Now, obviously, the definition of subnets is different because the providers are different. But we still get pretty close with it, right? We've got new number, new bits. So we generate subnets the same way, right? We target them differently, right? Availability zone versus name, for example. But the real things we care about, like the CIDR, the naming of it, what size they are, those are standardized identical, right? Those are standardized identical. Cool. Okay. So VPC looks good. Right, let's go ahead and keep moving forward. We've got default route table name. I really want these to be named something in a way that makes sense. So I'm almost thinking like maybe this is component, right? And then this is component name, because these are literally what these things are, right? And so then the parent is the component. See, rather than it would, like, it is the network technically, but I think component makes a little bit more sense here because it's not technically a network in this case. You know what I mean? The only name that makes sense is my network. Yeah, exactly. Default route table. Default route table name, that's fine. Again, we're going to rename anything that says ops to args because I just would rather do that. All right, so let's look at the new route table method. And you'll see like some of these are very, very small, right? Like this is not really a lot. It's got the same type of struct, right? As a args, or what we were calling options before. And then we pass that directly to, it's really just a wrapped resource. Like this function is just wrapping a resource. That's literally all it's doing. Now what's interesting is in this case, we actually have to manually tell Pulumi what this depends on. Now Pulumi does have like a dependency tree or a dependency graph, whatever you want to call it, that it generates by default. However, it doesn't always mean that two things directly relate to each other. Like you might have to create something over here before you can create something over here, right? But those two things don't actually connect to each other. And this is one of those cases where it might not, like route tables don't necessarily have to be actually, hold on, let me think about that. Route tables have to be associated to VPCs, but I don't think VPCs always have to have, they have to have a default route table, which this is not. So actually, let's see if we can get rid of this. This might just work with this. This would be the dependency that we're expecting, this args VPC ID. And this would actually be the thing that routes that through the graph so that when Pulumi creates it, it would be like, oh, I see it. However, I don't know if this worked for some reason. I feel like this didn't work for some reason, but we'll leave that like that for now. This might not actually need that depends on, so that's good. Okay. Private route table name, private route table name. Okay, so that's going to be the private route table for the internal networks. And so we've got our default route table, which actually technically, you know what we should do? We should not call this our default. We should call this our public route table. Because this is really what this is used for. This is used for our public routes. Our internet gateway is attached to this. Amazon says that if you have a subnet that's attached to an internet gateway, then that is a public subnet. So this is technically our public route table. The thing that sucks though is I named it default. Yeah, I was doing this ops thing for a while. How would you do a raffle bot? I'm trying to do one, but I don't know where to start. Well, think about what you need, right? Think about if you're doing a raffle in person in real life, what would you need? So you have you got a list, like the people are standing in front of you, right? What would you need to creating that raffle? Well, you'd probably need like a list, right? You'd need to get everybody's names, right? You need to know who's in the raffle, right? You might optionally need a way for them to enter it, right? Maybe some type of form, right? Or something like that. And then you have your list, right? And then once you have your list, you need a way of randomly selecting people from that list, right? So yeah, there you go. That's how I would think about it. It's just step by step. Yeah. Not heard of Pulumi before. How are you finding it? Oh, I love Pulumi. Yeah, I love Pulumi quite a bit. What language would I use? Whatever I wanted. Yeah. I'm not trying to waste your time here. I'm simply saying it's up to you on what language you want. You could do it in TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, Go, Rust. You could do that in any of them. And yeah, programming languages are about solving problems. So you really need a problem to solve first. You know what I mean? And then pick the language, I think it's a dope, I think you should build it. I really do. And I think you should build it in a language that you're excited about learning. And then just take it step by step. Yeah. And you could do it. You could totally do it. Wondering, can you learn DevOps stuff like Terraform? Yeah, dude, let me know. Let me know. And good luck. Wondering, can you learn DevOps stuff like Terraform on a NAS? I don't want a cloud generic. You need a NAS that supports Terraform, like you need a NAS with a provider. You know what I mean? Like Terraform has this concept of providers, Terraform provider, and so you'd need a provider that supports Terraform. Hold on one second, chat. Cool. Sorry, I had to look at work stuff really quickly. But yeah, you'd need so like Terraform provider NAS, like you need one that supports it, like not that's a cloud provider. NAS data store, Terraform vSphere. Yeah, you'd need like a provider that basically that supported. Like for example, we have the vSphere Pulumi provider, and we use that for our twitter.com, our on-prem stuff here that I tweeted the other day. Yeah, this, right? So all of this is managed by vSphere, right? And so we use vCenter and its APIs, right, with Terraform. So you need something that has APIs exposed that you can automate against, and you can even make your own provider. Like we plan on, even on like on stream, we plan on making a provider for Rabbit. I still want to create that provider. That's still a provider I really want to create and finish. And that's not one that's out there right now. You know what I mean? Like that's not one that exists at the moment. Yeah. No, we're definitely going to. It's something I still want to do. It just got sided a bit because like TwitchCon's coming up. There's a bunch of other stuff we're waiting, or a lot of other stuff we're doing. So yeah, it's gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen. Args. All right, route table, private route table, args. Honestly, what I should probably do is just rename everything in this file that says args to ops. But I won't get it everywhere, so I need to do it logically. Okay, args. So component name, register, error. Actually, let's just call this component error because it's technically for the component. We've got our VPC. We've got after we have our VPC, we create our two routes. We've got our public route table, which is our default route table. 12 node Kubernetes cluster on EXSI crew stand up. We could scale it out to 12 nodes if we wanted. I do love EXSI though. It's a pretty good product. Public route table name, cool, default, public route table, private route table. So the only thing I'm kind of bummed about here is that I named this default instead of public. Technically, this is a public route, not like a default route. But the resources have already been created, so I would have to remove them from state and re-add them manually, without having any kind of to avoid any kind of collisions, basically. So for right now, we're just gonna leave it the way it is. I don't feel like dealing with that at the moment. Internet gateway, right? So we're really going through this now piece by piece. We have got the VPC and the DHCP resources already cleaned up. We've got the route tables created. The internet gateway, that's over here with its attachment. So internet gateway args go here. And again, same thing. We've got internet gateway. This is the default internet gateway, so that's fine. Although because this is in its own component, I think we can just like give it name. I don't think we need to I don't think we need to do things like that. As a matter of fact, we could even do something simple, just like resource error, because then it kind of tells it more like, hey, like we're actually returning a resource here. This is another one of those scenarios as well where we want to create an internet gateway potentially before something exists, even though it's not directly created yet. In this case, if I wanted to, I actually could create the internet gateway before the VPC exists, so I'm going to technically remove that. However, if you wanted to be sure that you didn't create a resource somewhere before something else was created, say for example, like you're like, okay, I don't even want to pay for this until, you know, this is created or whatever, then yeah, you'd basically make a dependency of it. So you'd say like, all right, this depends on this, and then when this actually when this actually gets created, then go and create the other thing. In this case, it's fine, and I'm not too worried about it. But we do have the attachment, right? And so this attach error is returned if we have an actual VPC Internet Gateway attachment issue. So this looks good. Internet Gateway, that looks good. What's also interesting is you might notice is I'm also using two different Pulumi automation providers side by side. I'm actually using Pulumi AWS native with Pulumi AWS. They really suggest you to be using Pulumi AWS native where you can, because it is their newer version of the providers that are specifically written like for Pulumi. They're not just inherited from Terraform per se. However, not everything is supported in the new providers. And so unfortunately there are circumstances where I have to use the native one for things here. But then the actual attachment you can't do yet with the native one. And so you have to use the old provider for that. So that's why we're kind of doing a bit of interoping here, where we're using the EC2 native module along with the EC2 module itself. And so we've got our VPC. Cool, that looks good. All right, I think we're good. Let's move forward. What is the mass rename like? Is it an LSP thing? Yeah, that's an LSP thing. Yeah, it's LSP config, or not LSP config, but it's just the language server. The language server has a symbol rename feature if it's supported. To go technically, like super technical with it, if you really want me to, the TLDR is it's a function that could potentially exist within a language server, and if it does, then NeoVim can use it. If it doesn't, then you can't use it. But basically, NeoVim has a built-in call to call that function, and you can use a hotkey or whatever. It almost feels wrong having 12 physical servers, each with a single Ubuntu server VM with almost all the CPU memory reserved for it. And then Kubernetes on that could do Ubuntu on bare metal. The hypervisor adds a lot of benefits, still needing to put somewhere VCH. So having identified, I mean, could you not go with a completely virtual layer? Would be my question, Metal Storm. Like, is there a reason why you could not say like, okay, I want to have a virtual layer. I want everything managed with that virtual layer, and then everything will be in VMs. Like you're doing, like, are you guys doing that as well to start? Or are you saying that you want to be able to have everything in containers? Attachment issues, I know, right? Okay, availability zone ops. Get availability zone args. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, jeez Louise. I'm so embarrassed. Okay. Availability zone args. Let's call this, availability zone args. So we want to say the zone that we want to get as availability zone. Perfect. Okay, that looks good. And so here's where we actually generate our CIDR block. And we translate it into an actual networking class in Go. And so when we generate this actually creates like all of the different formatting options for it and all of that stuff, so that we have a proper CIDR block that we can pass to the subnet. And this is important. I can't tell you how many times, and I've even done it myself, where like I've accidentally put in a bad CIDR, but somehow it still works. and then you end up provisioning something, and then you're like, oh, geez. And so being able to like parse the CIDR, validate it, things like that are super important. And so once we have the CIDR generated, we actually go to the subnet. And you know what? I will say this though, like we could go. I feel like this might actually be better. Oh wait, you know what? No, I don't know if we can do this. CIDR IP CIDR. Is there anywhere else we're using this? No, just here. Okay, yeah. I thought I might be using this somewhere else, but honestly, this makes more sense to be in. Oh, this is CIDR. Never mind. Okay, never mind. That's a whole other library itself. I thought that was our library for a second. Never mind. Okay, CIDR CIDR block. Well, what about CIDR block? Is that one also used? It's not. Okay. Yeah. Let's move all of this to the subnet. New subnet. So here, name, tags, boom. Okay. So logically, it just kind of makes more sense to have all of this like generation and stuff in one place. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. This CIDR block now just becomes what the args is. So args base CIDR, right? And then what we can do is oh, wait a minute. How were we generating that? I don't know if we actually want to give it the CIDR block. What we might want to do is args base new bits new number. Yeah, no VMs unless really needed. No support for containers or VM give benefit. Live motion. So the stack is physical server EXSI Ubuntu VM K container. Oh, okay. So are you saying that your containers are so big that they basically sit on one per host? Because trust me, I know what that feels like. And I can talk about that actually if you'd like. So here's the thing. We're kind of like wrapping our logic in multiple places. And I really want to think about this clearly so that like if I ever need to reuse this again, this is you know, very well reusable. Giving a CIDR block as a string doesn't really achieve a lot of that superpower of being able to like write you know, like typed definitions for our options. So like what I'd rather do here is I'd rather do like net IP net like this, right? And then this is the actual like CIDR block that's generated. I like that. If that's the case though, that means that this can't be in here because that technically means that it needs to be generated before and you need to pass a valid CIDR block to the component. So if we're going to do that, that technically means that we do want to go back here. However, I think we might create a function and call it like generate CIDR, right? And then put those in here where we could say like type new, or no, say new CIDR block. Yeah, that's what we'll call it, struct. Call it new CIDR block. And then instead of generate, we'll call this new CIDR block. Because that's what we're trying to create. We're trying to basically generate CIDR blocks from other CIDR blocks. And so we want to give it a base CIDR, right? Which is a string, because we know that that's going to be a string. And we also want to give it new bits and new number. So new bits and new number. I don't think these are actually strings though. I believe these are actually ints. Yeah. So int. There we go. All right. So now what we should be able to do is we should be able to say args new cider block. Nope. New cider block args. Or no, new cider block args. Maybe I should have called it args. Okay. And so now we should have what we're looking for. Okay, so this new cider block can either return a, what is it? What is this? This is a invalid type. Oh, are you missing an import? It looks like it. Yes, you are. Okay. Undeclared name S args. Yeah, that's because this is not S. This is now args. And now args. Now, what's nice about this is that now I have a reusable method for being able to create cider blocks anywhere. So IPNet, right? So we're going to say net IP net, and then we're going to say error. Yeah, apple cider indeed. How's it going, Flying Wookie? Sorry, I was a little focused there. No. Many containers per physical host. We have thousands of containers per host. He's like, no. We have so many containers, okay? So many containers. There are so many. Gotcha. Okay. So what are you saying here then? I'm confused. You're saying that you have I've been trying to try out Harvester instead of EXSI using Rancher already. So are you saying that you're using EXSI to manage your Kubernetes clusters? Is that what you're saying? I'm still confused. I'm still trying to figure out what we're saying. Cool. Okay. So now we have a function that will basically pass. Oh wait, actually, cider subnet. New cider. Let's say cider subnet. Yeah, let's call it a cider subnet instead. Or subnet cider. Yeah, that might be better actually. Because then we've got new subnet and the new subnet cider. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. That is a lot better. Okay, I like that. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to pass in the cider block, right? Or if we wanted to, we could technically, now that we have some kind of naming convention for it, subnet cider. If we want, we just call it cider block. That's fine. That's technically what it is. And we need to generate this and then pass it as a parameter. Ops cannot convert. All right, so let's call this args cider block dot string. Yeah, there we go. String. There we go. Okay, cool. Wow, 2 streams in 1 week. I mean, we normally try and do 3. It's just time's been kind of crazy lately. You know what I mean? Cider block, subnet. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. I like the fact that we're generating, or we have our nice little function that takes care of generating our ciders for us for subnets. Base cider, new bits, new number. Fantastic. Ops needs to become args. Cool. EC2 subnet name. We can call this name if we want, again, like we did before. Or if we wanted to, we could technically call it resource name. Right? And then subnet can just become resource, like that. EC2 subnet, cider block, tags, VPC ID. Cool. All right. So subnet looks good. Subnet looks a lot cleaner. And now what we want to do is we want to say subnet cider error, right? New subnet cider. And then we want to say subnet cider args. And then new subnet cider args. And we said what? Base cider for args. Base cider. New number, right? Args. No. S dot new number. Yep. And then we also need new bits. And that's going to be S dot new bits. Unknown field, new bits, new. Oh wait, no, this is not. Sorry, this is new subnet CIDR. What happened to my? Yeah, you did the wrong thing there. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Is not a type or declared. What? Oh, args. Is an arg. What did I name this thing? Oh, CIDR block. I didn't change it. Okay. Whoopsies. I hate naming things. So new subnet CIDR args. There we go. Thank you. Cool. Okay, so now we have our nice little custom define method on getting subnet CIDRs. And then we'll do subnet CIDR args. That passes that like that. And then we'll go here and we'll say that this is subnet CIDR. And now, with a little bit of refactoring, we are now passing an actually type-safe Golang IP net, meaning that we're not just passing a string for the CIDR and hoping that we got it right, but we're actually saying, no, this is getting parsed in the programming language. And again, this is another thing that you really could never do with HCL or with Terraform by itself. Like, you could get close to it, sure. There's like some validation methods and stuff like that, but to be able to do it like this, like you can't. You'd need a program. You'd need a programming language. You really would. And so again, this is one of those benefits that now when I create a subnet, right, I actually know that, okay, sure, I'm passing the availability zone or the availability zone ID, but the actual CIDR block that I'm passing is a validated CIDR block. Okay, cool. So we've got our subnet. All of that's being passed in. New subnet. We said subnet is good. Route table associations. Yeesh. Yeah, like this is where stuff gets kind of out of control. So as I said before, we want to associate subnets to route tables and VPCs. We've already created 2 route tables. We created a private route table and our public route table, but they're not actually connected to anything yet. And so what we do next, after we actually create the subnets, is we associate the route tables to those subnets. In a private scenario, we just say private route table ID. However, in a public scenario, if public true, private route table ID. Oh, this might be wrong. New security group, NAT gateway. Interesting. Okay, so this means that we're going to put a NAT gateway in every public network, which is fine. That's what I wanted. So with private, we just associate the subnet to the specific private route table. That private route table needs to use this NAT gateway, though. Okay, I see. I see why we do it this way. So this is one of those like chicken before the egg scenarios where we are creating things in the order of which we need them. So we're creating our VPC, then we're creating our route tables, and we're binding those route tables to the VPC, then we're creating our subnets. But there are things in the networking layer that like work with each other, for example. So, you know, hold on, sorry. For example, you know, internet gateways attached to VPCs and NAT gateways attached to or are used with subnets and route tables and stuff like that. And so this is a scenario where something's already been created and we want to be able to associate something new that's going to be created with something that doesn't exist yet, or I'm sorry, that already exists. And so this is a little confusing, but basically what we're doing is we're setting up the subnets route tables right now. And we're saying in private subnets, just use this, just use the private route table. When you're in a public subnet, what we're saying is hey, first create an elastic IP, put a NAT gateway in that subnet, and then associate route table associate the private route table with its specific gateway, the NAT gateway. However, I'm not seeing anything on public, and that's because, we do public by default. So, okay, so what we're really kind of saying here is like, if private, we override this, but honestly, I think we need to remove this logic. This logic here is more about if we need to create a NAT gateway. That's really what this logic is about here. And keeping these together is very confusing. Yo, Vias, how's it going? Hello. So I think what I want to do instead is we might actually say if it's public, Question chat for anyone out there who uses Amazon. Can you have multiple NAT gateways going to 000 in the same route table? Like, could I have a route table with 2 0? I mean, I would imagine you can. I'm just trying to confirm that. Does anyone know if that's I know it's a pretty obscure question, but, or a pretty, whatever question, but yeah. Even having a full OS like Ubuntu server and then putting Kubernetes on that seems like a waste, although you have cloud distros to help with that. Well, what do you mean by a waste? Like, are you just basically wanting to go from like bare metals to Kubernetes? Like, do you want the virtualization layer? I guess would be my question. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm on the same page with you. Yeah. Do you mean having yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically. You can then don't think so. Okay, so you can't do that. Okay. So if that's the case, then the way that this works is we kind of need to say, like, if it's like right now we're really just saying if you're a public subnet, you get a NAT gateway attached to it. But that doesn't necessarily then tell you which gateway is getting that or which subnet's getting that and stuff like that. It's almost like if it's a private see, that's the other part too, is like we only need one NAT gateway. All right, we're going to try something else here, chat. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this I'm not going to get rid of it, but we're going to get rid of everything but this. And we're going to move this subnet right after we're going to move the NAT gateway creation right after the creation of the internet gateway. And the reason why I want to do that is because technically this has nothing to do, like this part at least, does not have much to do with the actual subnets themselves. Like we can create a NAT gateway no matter what. And as a matter of fact, we can create a NAT gateway without needing to depend on like that to be created. Route table association name. See, like this is going to be a problem though. There's a solid chance we're going to have to remove a couple of components and re-import them. That's fine. That's fine though. Probably need a separate table for each subnet. So we don't need a separate table for each subnet. What we need is 2 tables and then subnets that are going to be associated to those tables, which is what we're trying to do. I've already done it. I'm just refactoring logic so that it kind of flows and makes a little bit more sense. Like what we just had, we had route tables being created, or we had NAT gateways being created like at random times with subnets, and like, you know what I mean? We don't need it in a for loop if we're only ever going to make it once, I guess is my point. So yeah, I'm just trying to think of what the best option is here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like we do, like with our internet gateway, for example, we do the attachment to the VPC and everything in it. So we technically don't even need this now. Like this can just be like internet gateway error, right? And then we say like error internet gateway error. And like, you know, I know I get asked this all the time, like how do you get comfortable writing automation with logic? Like this is how you do it. You kind of have to say like, okay, I know it works me doing this in a for loop like this, but like, is this a good idea? You know what I mean? Like, is this actually a good idea? So what's interesting is that the new NAT gateway, when we actually go to create a NAT gateway, it wants to be associated with a subnet. Look at that. So it actually does need to go into a subnet. Okay, I think I know what we're going to do. So we're going to call this one NAT gateway EIP. All right, because this is technically the NAT gateway's EIP. We're going to have to change the name of that. We're going to have to say like NAT gateway name or something like that. The NAT gateway, however, it does need to be, and it needs to be in a public subnet. It needs to be in a subnet where an internet gateway exists or has default routing out. And that right now is in our public subnets. So if we take the next thing, which is just this, and we move down, we go back to where we were before. So if it's a private subnet, we do this route table association stuff. I almost want to do this like right after the subnet stuff. Let's figure out the NAT gateway, right? If a NAT gateway is specific to a subnet, then let's like right after we get the subnet created, let's figure out what we're doing with the NAT gateway. This makes more sense to me. So I think to make this truly dynamic, we need to know a couple of things. We need to know if we have private subnets, right? And then if we have public subnets, right? This is supposed to be a highly composable network that I can create. Remember, our main goal here, chat, is for me to just be able to be like, hey, new AWS network, this one's public, these are private, and that's it. We don't care about NAT gateways. We don't care about any other business. So what I'm thinking about in my head is not just like, how can I write this super efficiently, but like, if I was to say all of these were private, chat, if I was to say all of these were private, should I still get a NAT gateway? Or I'm sorry, if all of these were public, should I still get a NAT gateway? Like if I just did this, should I still provision a NAT gateway? What do you think? Oops. There we go. The answer is no. No, we shouldn't. The main point of it is that we don't want to pay for resources that we don't need. Yeah, exactly. You don't need it. And so in this case, we kind of want to think of that logic, and we kind of want to be like, okay, well, like when we go and create a subnet, we kind of need to know like, well, am I, like, and on top of it, like, are we creating more than one? Actually, there's another one. If we have public subnets, and then if we already have a NAT gateway, right? Because in the future, what we might even want to do is be able to make it so that we have multiple NAT gateways. So maybe, okay, I have an option. I have an idea. What we could do is we could actually say NAT gateway true, and then that would solve the problem. Here's why I'm okay with this. Here's why I'm okay with this. This also makes it so that I can be explicit. Hey, how's it going, man? Hello, hello. How are you? I want you to know, by the way, I did in fact pull up the tab the other day when you told me to, and I listened to it, and then it made sense, and then I forgot it. So I got to do it again. But I appreciate you popping in and say, hey, how's it going? Hello, hello. Thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate that. More like not gateway, am I right? No, you're wrong. No, why do we need that, Nat, if we're not doing that? Exactly, actually. This is a meme at this point. Good night. All right, have a good night, buddy. So the reason why I like actually adding the NAT gateway here as an option is because then I can add it in other places as well. So for example, if I was like, you know what, I actually want 2 NAT gateways, right? Then I could make it so that I could have that. Now, the only problem is if I do that, I don't have any way of targeting which subnet it would. Well, okay, so yeah, I guess I would. Let's go to Amazon really quickly. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Please tell me I'm logged in. I'm not. Okay. One second, chat. I spared you from the light mode. Okay, so let's go to VPC really quickly. And let's go to route tables. And let's be in the right region. Okay. And then, okay, so here we go, chat. Here we go. So we've got our private route table and our default route table, right? And this has got the internet gateway on it. It's the main one, VPC, whatever. If I go here and I just do like this, I think you can, dude. I think you can do this. If we can do this, then that means that we can have multiple, like basically we can make it so that they all kind of like depend on each other. And then we just say, all right, I want a NAT gateway in this subnet. I want a NAT gateway in this subnet. Done. Otherwise, we really need to think of like a logical way of when we need a NAT gateway to create it and basically not create one when we don't need it. There is another option, actually. Okay, there is another option, which is we could say, like right here, right before we create the NAT gateway, we could say like has NAT gateway. Or we could just say, is this a, okay, so this is actually a, what's it called? Figure out if we need a NAT gateway. Maybe we just like get to a point where right before we create the subnets, we say, okay, do we need a NAT gateway? And then we set that value so that we can create some of these. Yo, what's up, Captain? How's it going? Hello, hello. I'm almost thinking I was right before now. Like now I'm actually thinking I was right before. And because the NAT gateway has such a dependency on a network, or I'm sorry, on a subnet. Oh, excuse me. On a subnet, like it might actually be something we need to do while we're creating the subnet itself. Yo, press play beats. How's it going? Hello, hello. Or, okay, here's another option. Or we don't do any of this stuff, and we just do a route table associations, right? So check this out. So technically, we don't have to do any of this stuff right away. Like technically, we don't have to do any of this stuff right now. What we could do if we wanted to is we could say, all right, let's loop through all the subnets once, get them created, right? Get them all set up, get their associations set up. So in this case, right, we basically say, if private, you get associated to the route table private. Otherwise, you get public. And then, bam, you get your route table association, right? So this is all this for loop does is create subnets and associate them with their specific route tables, right? Then after that, what we do is, why is tags like that? Then what we do is we say like, okay, now let's loop through those subnets and let's associate them. However, we don't have a reference to those subnets to be able to put them in their specific. Ugh. Am I using Vim? Yeah, I'm using Vim. Yeah. Well, NeoVim technically. Pretty well. Just tried using Pulumi and gotten way over my head, but on the bright side, got TF working with Packer and Proxmox finally. So listen, Captain, I've said this 100 times. I totally think it's fine to use, like, I think Terraform is literally built for that, to get yourself in the door, working, creating things quickly. You know what I mean? So I truly believe you made a good decision by going over to TF. Don't feel distracted. Like, what I'm doing and what I'm creating and what you're kind of seeing me even do is very much about like reproducibility. Saying like, I don't want to have to create, a single network with like a bunch of different resources. And then every time I want to create a new network, I have to like copy all of those resources or reconfigure them. I don't want to do that. What I'm saying is really what the goal here is on the left is with Pulumi and writing it in code. I can just be like, hey, I want a new AWS network, right? And then it knows how to process everything I need based off of like how I'm writing it. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of like what we're focusing on now, which is why it's a little bit more important for us to be thinking about like, okay, like we first create our VPC, right? Then we create our route tables. And like, honestly, it might even make sense for us to have a function that creates like all of our route tables and then returns them, so that this is kind of cleaned up a bit more. Like, here's our internet gateway, right? Then we create all of our subnets. And now we're getting to the point where we're like, okay, we've created our subnets. Now we want to give them associations and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a bit, it's a bit more in depth because we're trying to make something that's like really reproducible. I'm good though. I find it so hard. I see people using Vim a lot, but it takes so much more brain power. With a mouse, I simply click. So I want to be clear. I think the only thing to note about what you're saying, which is I think a valid argument that a lot of people don't take into consideration, is you are putting into brain power moving your mouse. You are. It's just you've done it so much. You don't like the amount of brain power actually required is incredibly minimal. I'm in the same boat, but with Vim. It's not like I've been using Vim for like 2 months and I was like, I'm doing great. Like, what a lot of people who use Vim don't talk about is like how long it took them to get comfortable with it. Most people, it takes a while to get comfortable with Vim. Like, it's not something that you're just going to do like overnight. Like, absolutely not. No way, shape or form. It's going to take like months of getting comfortable and like, practicing and building out your stuff. And yeah, I agree with Captain. Like, once you get there, once you're comfortable, then you really do fly. But you should not feel pressured or like you're having any kind of a less of experience than anyone else because it's taking a while to learn Vim. That's literally everybody. Everybody deals with that. Yeah. 2 minutes when I switched from Nano. Yeah. So yeah, man, don't get too discouraged. And like, here's the thing too. Most people who are like, you know, who might be discouraging, or even like if you feel discouraged again, just remember that they had to have gone through a similar struggle. There's just no way. There's no way that they couldn't have. When I got out of college and started learning Vim, someone I work with called it a scary place. I mean, a lot of people do. Like, there's that whole joke around, like, how do I exit Vim? You know what I mean? I get it. Like, it is funny to think, like, you're so terrified of closing a document because you might lose it, but it is a terrifying thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's just practice. It really is just practice. Like, one of the things I did when I first started using Vim was I normally throw myself into problems like head on. Like, I'm not the greatest at solving my life problems that way, but with technical problems, it's fantastic. And so yeah, like I just threw myself in there. And one of the things that I made sure I did was there's actually something called Vim hard mode. I am one of the few people who even use this, to my knowledge. Or is it hard mode, or is it I don't remember if it's called hard mode or something else. But it essentially disables all of your like arrow keys and hard time. Yeah, that's what it's called. That's what I used to use it. I don't use it anymore because I don't need to anymore. But like hard time disables in Vim HJKL, up, down, left, right. Like, it doesn't let you use any of those things because Vim's really about like contextual searching, like doing stuff like that, like flying around there. Like, one thing you can't do with your mouse that I can always do faster is search a page, right? Like, I could search a page, like you taking your mouse, clicking and dragging it down. I could search a page way faster. Another thing that you do in Vim that I think you don't do as much in like, more graphical editors is you think about your code more. One of the reasons why I can fly down to my code so quickly is because I know all of my variable names more, and I'm paying more attention to them, and I'm writing them more often and stuff like that. So, like, I don't know. I think it brings you a little closer to your code as well, which like makes you faster through that too. So again, it's just different. That's all. I still sometimes view random characters in my files from time to time. Yeah. Just to be clear, all of this can be done properly with Terraform in a reproducible, manageable way. A lot of companies do it at large scale, as well as mine included. So feel free to use Terraform as a completely comparative market to large industries. Same with Pulumi, just pick your poison. So D-Racken, I mean, I think you know as well as I do that I'm not trying to make any kind of sentiment of one is worse or better than the other. I think we can both agree that, yeah, you could totally do it at scale. You can do both of these at scale. And just like one or the other at scale, they both become very challenging. It doesn't mean you can't do it. It doesn't mean that you can't have good standards around it. I agree. I super agree with that. My personal preference is the sentiment that I've been trying to make of just HCL I don't like, right? Like, one thing that you did not mention at all in there, which I think is good, is the what you're actually writing it in. You know what I mean? I don't like HCL, especially at scale. My personal belief is that it does fall short. You can do it. We do it at Hippo as well, actually, but we don't do it at Hippo the normal way. We wrap Python around Terraform, and then we generate Terraform templates out of it. But I agree. I definitely agree that you can. You totally can. It's definitely pick your poison for sure. That's a good take. Just make a copy before editing. Yeah. Ask someone who doesn't know how to quit Vim, and you'll have a perfect password generator. That's pretty funny. What is the 2-letter swear? Wait, what is it? Oh wait, Azure. I have the swear filter on, so I guess I have no idea. There is no swear word. He didn't say anything swear word related. Yeah. By the way, how you doing, D-Racken? How you doing, buddy? D-Racken. Have I ever played with D-Hall? I have investigated D-Hall. I have not played with it, though. these are languages that I'm very, 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 very interested in. I mean, I love learning programming languages in general. But yeah, like I like this. I like dhall is one of them, or dhall. I don't know how you say it. I want to. What was the other one? There was another one that I was interested in that I can't think of right now. But yes. Haskell. Yes, I actually do want to mess with Haskell, believe it or not. After writing enough nicks, I'm like, okay, I can kind of see why Haskell could be good. So I have been interested in checking out Haskell, believe it or not. Public route table. Okay, so here is something interesting, which is, let's put this like here. All right, so we set up our route after we create our subnet. We set up our route table association. We say the table name and the subnet, which is the one that we just created, and by default, it goes to the public route table. And this is why I called it the default route table. So I guess we could just call it the default route table for now, right? If it's private, then it goes to the private route table, right? So we have two route tables. We have our default route table, which is a public one with an internet gateway, and then we have our private route table, which is basically provided by a NAT gateway. We then set up our route table association name, route table association error, bam, bam, boom, and we're done. Okay. So now we want to talk about creating our NAT gateways and stuff. So we have our association in place and we have no network right now. So like basically, chat, if I was to do all the automation up to here, no network yet. We don't have any, or sorry, no internet yet, I should say. No private subnet internet is what I should say. We don't have any internet on the private subnets. And I would like to solve this separately. There is a problem here, however. And the problem is that these subnets that are created in this for loop are not retrievable or accessible outside of this for loop, which is why I was doing it all in one for loop to save myself time. But I don't like having them joined like that. Like I'd rather create the subnets and then I'd rather do the associations and then create the route, like the NAT gateway, and put it in. Like I'd rather do all that separately. I think, or I'd rather at least like, dude, I don't know what I want to depend on. I don't know if I want to tell the developer that they can tell me where the NAT table or the NAT gateway is, or if I simply have a private network, like a NAT gateway gets created. The problem is I need like NAT gateways can technically be on private networks. They don't work, they break, they'd fail, but technically you can do that. So we need to kind of make an opinionation here on, do public subnets always get a NAT gateway? If we make that opinionation, chat, listen, this is DevOps. I'm being serious. This is DevOps right here. If we make the opinionation that a NAT gateway is always provided with a public subnet, then we solve the problem of creating routes for private subnets. We make it required, though, for somebody creating a network on Amazon to have a public and a private network if they want to have a NAT gateway. Right? Or again, we make the logic not super, but like we make it more or more like in depth, where it says like, okay, well, you can create a subnet, but you're not going to get a public connection until you have a public network or public subnet that exists on it. Do you know any good resources about learning networking, VPC, subnets, NATs? What are they? Best practices? How to set them up? So Harry Peter, not entirely. You got to remember, I learned all this shit like 15, 20 years ago. So a lot of like what I know is just been like me taking, what I know about actual route tables and then applying them. Unfortunately, networking is a bit of a dying act, which sucks because there's a lot of really powerful problems we need to solve in networking. I think you can lean on cloud certifications actually. Like I think cloud certifications are actually a good case for something like this because they do get really in depth. Like there are I would say if you really want to know this much in depth stuff, like maybe go take Amazon's infrastructure certification or whatever they've got. You know what I mean? Out of all the fancy tech terms I learned here, opinionation is my favorite one by far. Yeah, I mean, I think, Glam, thank you for the 3 months, buddy. How's it going? Hello. I think the thing though with that is like, you need to make sure that you're not paying attention to just like Amazon specific things. And that's where like I've gone and then I've learned the same fundamentals on Google. Right. And then the same fundamentals on like, you're kind of like a mechanic and you kind of need to learn how to, you need to learn about the cars you're working on. And unfortunately it's not just one car. There's like 5 different cars at least. So, hey, at least be happy that you're not an actual mechanic who has to work on like hundreds of thousands of different types of cars. But yeah, I think so. I think if you like at this set point, I don't think it makes much sense to want to learn networking from a core physical perspective unless you're going to be doing physical networking. I think it does make sense to learn cloud networking though, and how all of that works. And like, for example, security groups are more of a digital or more of an abstraction than like what we would have called them, on the physical hosting realm. Like they're just firewall rules. You know what I mean? Like they're just firewalls. But the concept of security groups are a bit different in how you actually utilize them in the cloud versus like how you utilize firewall rules, on-prem, just doing normal firewalling. So yeah, I do think there is value, and I do think certificates or certifications, can help you there. Those are like, if you've ever those are the only places I've ever seen where it's like, they actually get in depth on the stuff that basically makes you fall asleep. Is when you go to, try and get a certification for an infrastructure level thing on a cloud provider. So again, I think that certification is going to get you a job? No, but it could get you the knowledge to getting a job, maybe. Shouldn't you have a NAT per AZ for availability, or at least... So yeah, they do say that. And like, that's kind of the goal, right? Is we want to do that piece, but we want to do it in a way where it's completely dynamic, where like say for example, if I want to create a VPC that's completely private, technically that does mean I still need a public subnet, right? So does that mean that no matter what, if we're creating a VPC, we need at least one public subnet? Because even if we make that opinionation right there, just that one single opinionation of saying like, okay, hey, if you're going to create a VPC, you're at least going to get a public subnet, right? Then we can guarantee that, well, okay, yeah, like you said, one AZ at least gets a NAT gateway, bim, bam, boom. It gets created with the public subnet. And then what might make more sense, chat? You know what might make more sense? To do, I hate scam calls. To do create public subnets first, right? And then create private subnets second. Right. And this is so common with writing automation with cloud providers where like you'll find yourself writing it one way and be like, oh yeah, we'll just create them all at once. And then you go like, oh wait, no, like public subnets might actually need to be first because they technically are a dependency for private subnets. And let me be clear with you, chat. Whenever you're writing stuff and you have a dependency of something else, you better make sure that other thing goes first. Otherwise, it is a nightmare to try and figure out how to go back and and so this is where now I'm kind of thinking like, okay, if we create public subnets first with the idea that at least one of our public subnets gets that NAT gateway, then we can maybe like store that NAT gateway reference so that when we go to create our private subnets, we've already got it and we just check for it, right? If NAT gateway, attach to it. If no NAT gateway, don't do anything. That's a way better approach. I like that better. Okay, I think that might be actually what we're going to do. Yo, Cotter, dude, thank you for the 25 months, man. Thank you so much for the 25 months, dude. That's a long time. The 2 years, Cotter, I'm excited to see you at TwitchCon, my friend, as well as all of our friends. It's going to be a good time, man. I'm hyped. I'm so excited. Again, if you guys don't know, really quickly, welcome. Hi, I'm BG. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Alt F4 stream. We're a bunch of nerds here. We do a bunch of different stuff here. I am a senior software engineer. I've worked in DevOps for the past 4 years. And I also started out as a front-end engineer. I moved to back-end, went to full stack. So you might be like, how does this guy know a bit? I know a bit because I've been doing this for a while and I've jumped a lot of different career paths. However, we started streaming about 3 or 4 years ago, something like that. Here we are today. Super, super happy to be able to hang out with you guys. I also have my great co-host, Atoda. Basically, during the week, I do DevOps and infrastructure and a lot of the more like advanced stuff that you guys get to see me do through, just like example. And then on the weekends, Atoda is actually brand new to programming. He's just getting started out. So if you're somebody who's new to programming, you want to be able to be around that type of, progress and see like what that looks like or how he's taking it. He's, learning how to build a front end for the first time. He's learning how to build a back end for the first time and how to connect those two while he's also learning how to do the programming language itself. So we do a lot of different stuff here. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you. And I do want to mention this as well, which is we are going to TwitchCon. We have in our Discord the server roles section here. And so if you are going to TwitchCon, we just created this. Make sure to subscribe to the TwitchCon role so that we can know that you're going, because we are going to be sending updates about it and stuff like that. So if you are going to TwitchCon, be sure to add yourself to that role. Because we are going to be there. I'm super hyped, and I don't want to miss anybody who's not going to be there or who is going to be there. And yeah, I do know that you are going to be there, my dude. So thank you. No joke, currently doing training for CKA while... Oh, really? Nice. What up, Maddie? How's it going, buddy? Aristophanesel. Oh, wait, what? Aristophanesel, I think. Hello. So networking guys got obsolete. I mean, kind of. I mean, we didn't get really obsolete. It's more just it's in the cloud now. You know what I mean? It's in the cloud. Oh, crap, man. So if we're going to do that, that means that like we're going to need to do a couple things. We're going to need to take all of this logic and we're going to need to turn it into a function. Which makes me think what we might need to do is move all of this into the new subnet CIDR or the new subnet method. So like availability zone, all of this is coming from the subnet availability zone. So like all of this probably can go in here. Right. Resource name tags. Boom. Like all of this can probably go in here. Yeah. I would say at least that can get moved. The CIDR. dang, dude. If we don't want the CIDR to have to be here, we're going to have to pass down these parameters. Like, these are required for us to create subnets. So it just means that, so like here, these can get deleted. This would become base CIDR, args, base CIDR, right? And then we would want new bits, s, new bits, and then new, wait, no, number. Yeah, new number, s dot new number. If we do that, then we can actually pass this down as well. We encapsulate even more in this method, right? And then we can use this in more places. So I'm not too mad at moving this, especially if it makes more sense to like create public subnets and then private subnets and have like references to those that we can more easier use. I'd rather do that. I am wondering how. So we're getting route table associations. Dude, I'm almost wondering, should we even just like move the route table associations as well? Because we could, right? This is all related to the subnet. We create the subnet, then we create the route table associations. Yeah. And so now look at that. I'm sorry. I don't know where they're coming from. Oh, they're coming from my laptop. My bad. Hold on. Done. Yeah, that's my laptop. Yeah, that was my. No, you guys are actually getting it through the phone too, which is crazy. Or not through the phone, through my laptop. So like my laptop's right here for work. Okay. All right, here's what I want to do, chat. Here's what I want to do. I want to quickly take a break because I've been going for 2 hours and normally I stream for around 2 hours. When I get back, we are going to refactor this networking module and we're going to be done with it. We're getting very, very close. But again, I don't want to just create something for what I'm trying to do right now. I also want to create something that, like, we're going to use Amazon a lot. And we're going to create I want to get to a point where like if I go live one day and I'm just like, you know what? I feel like creating Lambdas in Azure. Like I want to be able to do that almost instantly. And a lot of the times when you're trying to do things like that, it becomes challenging because you have to do all these other lower level dependencies, and being able to just have all of this stuff set up on all these cloud providers and everything kind of like automatable and then just easily removable and recreatable. It's going to be really powerful. So, like I said, if there's a way where we can make a lot of this, like I'd really like to keep this where this is, where it's public by default. If you add the like I'm literally looking right here, by the way. I like the way we're declaring our subnets, what AZ it's going into, what number, what bit, how many bits, and if it's private. Like that's enough. As a matter of fact, I mean, at some point in the future, I would love to make it so we don't even need the availability zone. But I do like the fact that we're strict. Like, I don't mind it here because it does mean that, like, if I wanted to, I could have, 2 in A, 3, like, I could have, like, 5 subnets in A, but only one of them's private. Like, I don't mind how it is right now. Like, this is fine. It also guarantees that I have a subnet in AZ for high availability and stuff like that. So I like this. I don't want to add anything to this. I don't want to have to be like, all right, well, this one's got the NAT gateway. So because Amazon has lower dependencies and things like that, we have to really think about like, what if I want this? And what does Amazon require me to have when I want this? And also, if I want this, do I also not have the things, or like, do I guarantee that I'm not getting all the other stuff that I don't need? Again, if I wanted a zero, what is it called? If I wanted an air gapped solution, right, where it's completely cut off, right? There's no network whatsoever. I just wanted pure private subnets. I want to be able to do that. If I want nothing but pure public subnets, I want to be able to do that. And so, like, you know, if we're doing, like, here's the thing to think about. If we opinionated around saying every time we create a public network, a NAT gateway goes with it, we're immediately adding money where we don't need. We only need a NAT gateway if we have a public network and a private network. And the only thing we're really opinionating on now is that we must have at least one public subnet in a VPC. That's the only requirement we're having is that, or no, I'm sorry. You must have one public PC or one public subnet if you have a private, you know, VPC or private subnet with it. That's all we want to do is we just want to say, hey, if you've got nothing but private subnets, then if you don't create a public subnet, you're not going to be able to go on the internet. Like that's how Amazon works. So if you don't understand that, then there's not really much else we can do there, right? Like we can build automation to the way Amazon works, and still make it like highly composable and stuff like that. So I'm excited for that. What we're gonna do first is, like I said, I think what we're gonna do is I think we're gonna create our public subnets, and we're gonna create like a pointer to them, and then we're gonna check those subnets when we go to create our private subnets, and we're gonna do things based off of that, right? So like for example, we're gonna create our public subnets, and then when we go to do that, we're gonna check in our public subnets creation, do we have any private subnets? Because if we do, then we know we need to create a NAT gateway in one of those subnets, right? It's gonna be a little bit challenging. Like we're gonna have to probably have things like NAT gateway exists, I think is one of the values we're gonna need to know if a NAT gateway exists or not for public subnets. I don't know, whatever. I'm starting to write it while I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go to the bathroom. All right, give me a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. If you guys are new to our channel, again, be sure to check out that little blurb right there. Be sure to check out our Discord, check out the social media, as well as the YouTubes, all that good stuff. If you're bored, feel free to take a moment and enjoy that stuff. But yeah, I'm going to take a super quick break. I will be right back. If you guys don't know, we also run ads during our break, and that's why, just so that you guys don't miss anything, and we're all, having a good time and stuff. So now for the biggest challenge, S2S peer your private subnets and AWS with your private. Yeah, I mean, listen, we can get there, and I actually think you can even agree with me by looking at how we're setting up our automation, how we're thinking about it, the steps we're taking for it. It's very possible for us. So like, I'm not as scared as that because of the planning and the time we're taking into really thinking about this the right way. You know what I mean? But I do get you. That is challenging. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. I'm running out as well. See you in a second. Be right back. Yo, TypeScript tea time. Hey, how's it going? Hello. Yeah, I was in the bathroom. Sorry about that. Hydrated raid into an empty seat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello. How are you, TypeScript tea time? How was it? Yes, like I said, I was in fact on my my break there. Sorry about that. How was your stream? How are you? Dare I ask what you were working on? Because I feel like you're gonna tell me it's TypeScript. That's cool though. I love TypeScript. So, but how are you? How was your stream? Welcome, Raiders. I hope you guys are good. I'm gonna do something, which is I'm about to dial in, and try and get some work done. And so we're going to go into a little bit of a focus mode where I'm going to listen to some music of my own while we do this. And I'll still be talking and stuff, but hopefully this will give me a little bit more focus. Doing great. We're into AWS step functions and SAM, infrastructure as code currently. Nice. Step functions. What are you doing, like data processing or something like that? Part of it is lambdas in TypeScript, of course. Nice. Yeah, I don't hate TypeScript. I use it. I've used it professionally for quite some time, and yeah, it's definitely something that's really brought me to where I am, in my career. But yeah, I'm trying to find new things. I really enjoy Go and Rust. So yeah, I've been experimenting more with those languages, but I have a deep love for TypeScript. Like I said, I've been using it for years. Is it metal? No, it's not metal. It's just dad music. Just dad music. Okay. All right, so subnet. Okay, so we said, all right, so let's go clean this up really quickly. All right, so availability zone. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I somehow flipped. Oh, snap. All right, whatever. I somehow flipped my shift or my, whatever it's called. Going up and down thing. Is that what we were using? AWS? Yeah, okay. We're building a simplified MailChimp clone, like newsletter, emails whenever there's a new blog post. And since we did a lot of AWS, I thought your DevOps stream. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Yeah, we do some DevOps here, every now and then. Just a bit of DevOps. Well, I hope it's going well. I hope the project's going well. That's cool. You're doing it on a good platform for that, at least. Mail, I would say, is probably one of the best on Amazon. Azure doesn't even provide a mailing option, so there's that. Okay, availability zones, availability zone arg, zone name, S availability zone. So this is going to have to be an arg. So this is going to have to say availability zone, not ID though. Cider block. Nope, we're not doing cider block anymore. Now we want new bits, right? And we also want new number, right? Yeah. What am I building? I'm building automation right now for a Kubernetes cluster in the cloud. So this whole thing that you see here is in the automation that I'm writing right now. Subnet. All right, we'll just change this to subnet name now that we've got like a bunch of other things. Change this to subnet tags. Availability zone args. Okay, so that should mean that args availability zone is availability. Is that Pulumi? It is indeed. It is indeed. I see you've got a good eye. Undeclared name errors. Okay, so we need to import this. Okay, so what are we doing? So we are in the new subnet function, right? We're creating our subnet name, subnet tags. If args private, then it's an internal ELB1. Otherwise, it's public, and it's going to get role ELB. We then look for the availability zone. Get availability zone internal. Okay, cool. So where's AZ? AZ is being used here. So that's the first thing we get. And then we need to generate the cider block. So this is args dot. Yeah, we are going to need base cider as well. So base cider string. Cool. New bits. That's wrong. It's going to be args new bits. Nice. Okay. Okay, so again, subnet name, subnet tags. Then we look up the availability zone that we want it to go in. We then generate the subnet cider. What's my next error? What do you got for me? Subnet cider. And this is the IP net, right? Yeah, okay, so we should be able to do this. Subnet cider args. Okay, cool. Nope, subnet CIDR, not args. There we go. Nice. Yes, yes, yes. This is better. I like this. Okay, cool. So this is going to be now subnet because we need that to be that. Okay, so we don't have the default route table and the private route table. Ugh. This is where parameters just get too ridiculous. I have played with it loosely. I don't see it as any worse than CDK or Terraform, to be honest. No. Any worse? You got me on that one. I thought you were trying to be like, I don't see it any better. They're like anywhere. Like you said the right way, but you just like confused me because I was like, what? Yeah, no, I agree. It's a pick your poison kind of situation, you know? Args. I mean, they all suck. Yeah. If you mean like in a general way, sure. I'd need more technical insight if you want a more technical argument, I guess. They all do suck in some regards. I don't disagree, though. What's up, Abbott? How's it going, buddy? Do you want to write DSL or do you want to write code? That's the divide. No. I see your point, but it's all about the problem you're trying to solve. And I've talked about this a few times. If you're at an organization that's, very DSL driven, that, uses a lot of configuration based approaches and things like that, I could see why Terraform would be something that's very valuable. Most companies are that way, as a matter of fact, right? However, if you are a company that has the desire of having, a lot of opinionation, I think that's the key word, opinionation, around how you provision infrastructure. Not necessarily just being, utilizing an already existing DSL, but wanting to create your own DSL, which does require, a level of programming in some sense. Yeah, I think that's where the divide really is. Because I think you need a programming language in some regards to be able to get there. You don't have to, right? I know you can use Terraform, take it to scale. I use Terraform at my company on a very large scale. We don't write Terraform. We auto-generate Terraform because, it's just too ridiculous to manage in some regards at scale. But when you auto-generate it, it works very well. And so that's when I'm like, all right, well, I can't argue that. But again, we took Python, wrapped around it so that we could generate our templates, and then we kind of solved our problem that way. Whereas when you have just a language to do that, you can just lean on the language. So again, that's where I feel like that is also where the divide is, is what are your goals? What are you trying to do? They all do kind of suck though. I don't disagree with you on that one. Automation in general is kind of challenging, but I have, as of late, been very more interested in defining my own DSLs, because when normally I write something once, I end up needing it again later. But I don't do it all the time. There's massive over-optimization that's possible. It happens all the time. And I think that's where you fall into the whole, do you want to just write code scenario? Because you're just, and I even talked about this earlier, when I was writing with Amazon CDK, I was just constantly re-optimizing code, rather than just focusing on getting what I needed done. I try not to do that as much, but as I said, I think there's value to it if you need it. Anyways, that's my rant. Sorry. That's what we're trying to do here, at least. And again, a prime example of that, and I've shown other people this, is, I want to create a network in Amazon, but I don't want to have to, think about the DSL from somewhere else. I just want to have my own DSL of okay, I need a network with CIDR, name, subnets, bam, done, right? And I want to be able to even do that same thing on Azure, right? So for example, if we go to Azure, the DSL is almost identical, right? And I'm purposely doing that. Yeah. An example. Okay, so let's go back here. So we have our public route table and our private route table that get generated. Oh, dude. So again, this is something I'm not a massive fan of. However, we need a lot of these parameters to creating what we need. And again, this does become our DSL in some regards too, because we care about new bits, new number, all that kind of stuff instead of like what it cares about. I just don't want it to be too much. I guess this is fine. It is everything required. We need the CIDR. We're saying that we want to generate the CIDR within the subnet function. So it has to be a parameter. Name has to be a parameter. New bits, new number. If we're going to generate the CIDR, those have to be in the function as well. Otherwise, it's going to be something we pass down. Private, we need to know if it's private or not. And then we need to know the VPC ID. Yeah, so that, this is pretty much like everything we need. Errors import not used. Okay. Default route table not used. So then here's a question. Maybe the route table stuff doesn't go in here. It just means that we have to pass like 2 more parameters I really don't feel like passing. This struct is already getting a little bit larger than I wanted it to get. But there's a lot of reason for us to have all of this in here. Oh, man. Sure. All right, we'll do a 30-second. I haven't done one today, so we'll see how it goes. Hold on, let me restart. There you go. Not bad. Not as good. Let me try that one more time. I feel like I can get up into the 90s. No, I don't need to do that. There you go. There you go. A little better. Accuracy still. That's the thing I care about the most. As long as I'm typing accurately, I'm not as frustrated. Thank you, Phil. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to keep the route table association stuff in there. Oh my gosh, I have the same pane open twice. Almost 100 words per minute. I mean, to be fair, I used to be able to type a lot faster, and then I got this Moonlander, which I don't know if you guys know, I do have a Moonlander. So my keyboard is literally in 2 pieces. And I mean, I've been using it for a while. Don't get me wrong. I've been using it for like almost 2 years now. But I mean, it was a pretty massive impact, and still, I would say my pinkies have taken the biggest hit on like getting comfortable. Like I still mess up on pinky things from time to time. Like anything with A, Z, Q is like, or like 0 or P is a little tough from time to time still. Moonlander's a big difference. It is. It really is. 1 second. I suck at this monkey type thing. Just give it time. Just give it time. My keyboard is so good though. Shifts and mods. Yes. Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I love my split keyboard. All right, Chad. I need to figure this out. I don't know if we're gonna keep this route table association in. Like it's the route table association is going to be unique to a subnet and a route table. Okay, we're gonna take it out. Yeah, we're gonna take it out. Yeah. All right. So internal AWS file route table. And listen, by the way, for anyone who uses Terraform, like you might even see this convention similarly too, where like if you have a lot of similar resources, maybe you like create a file of that resource name and then put all those resources in it. I still try and be as simple as I can when I write code. I really do. Like if there's something where it's just like, okay, there's too much in this, isolate it, like make it simpler, because I feel like that can also happen in any configuration DSL or anything like that, which honestly, if you're writing very light logic and mostly focusing on the DSL and things like that, they're pretty similar with the added benefit of having a programming language on top of it. Which is really something I try and do. But again, just my own opinions. So, jeez, I can't spell. Route table, ASSOC, did I spell that right? I spelled that right? Yeah, I did. Okay. Provider, AWS. Okay. Func. New route. See, like the reason why I'm messing up right here is because my freaking index finger and thumb have to split. So like func, let's try that again. New route table. There we go. Association. Oh, shoot. So I'm going to make this into its own little function that we'll just use right next to it. I don't want to have route table associations directly related, but I don't mind them being like the next thing we use right after. So we want a route table ID, string input. So we'll say route table ID. Pulumi dot string input, right? And so this should be the route table ID, right? Yep. And then the subnet ID is the next thing we need. Subnet ID. Pulumi dot string input. Yeah, I love my Moonlander. I'm very, if you're somebody who uses the keyboard for a long period of time, I really do think the switch to a split is worth it. But that, again, is just me. So I think what we're going to do... Actually, we might not need this function. Let's go to entry. Or here we go. No. Network. There you go. Alright. So sub went net. So if we decided to... What about the concave Kinesis keyboards? I think they're good too. Eventually I'm going to try a Kinesis keyboard at some point. It's been brought up a lot. Mostly because I use a Moonlander, and Prime uses a Kinesis. And like when I got my Moonlander, there was like this whole big, not real drama, but like, thing around it where like, which one's better? I honestly really like my my Moonlander, but I need to also be honest in saying that I have not used a ton of split keyboards. I ordered my Moonlander like right before the pandemic, and I was not able to like get another one, like another keyboard for a while, and I just really ended up falling in love with it. So I got lucky. I do think I would probably like the Kinesis one. So okay, just to be clear, my only argument that has ever been made about the Kinesis has been that it's a mother keyboard that looks like a skateboard on your desk. I like my desk room, and it's just huge. It's the first one is, at least it literally looks like a skateboard on your desk. The new one though, the one that honestly kind of looks like a Moonlander, the split completely, yeah, the 360. I think that one I would use though, or I'd at least like to try. So, like real talk, like that's why I don't think I could ever get the OG Kinesis. Is just because like it's just huge, dude. Like it literally is like this that big. Anyways. For dealing around instead of visually selecting text, DAP. Oh, that's a good call out. I always forget that. Yeah. Okay. So does that mean? So if I do it on a line, is it going to do everything? Okay, so it's going to do everything. I'm just trying to like learn it now. Fair enough. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know they sell. Oh my gosh, dude. Hold on. Moonlander ZSA. I want I'm in line to get one of the mounting kits. I want one. I want one so bad. No, not this. Hold on. What? Where is it? Did they just like send an email out on it and not like put it on their website? Oh, kitty. Well, they have like a really cool mounting thing now, but this is well, the Moonlander itself, you can just do that in chat. We have a command for that. But they have like parts and stuff for it too. No, this isn't wireless. No, it's 100% wired. Yeah, I don't really like wireless things. Well, keep like peripherals, I guess. Oh, under the learn more menu? What a accessories. Okay. I've thought about getting just like a set of blank keycaps. It's because that looks cool. That looks really cool. Yeah, here it is. The platform. Yeah, it's out of stock right now. This thing's dope, dude. You can basically mount the Moonlander on it on either side, and then you can have complete like vertical. Oh yeah, it could be a tripod as well. Yeah, so it can kind of go like up or out. I don't know. I'm excited to try it. They got to get it back in stock though. Okay, so I like the changes we've made here. This is not bad. Exactly, yeah. The tenting is really nice with the new thingy. Man, to do this right, this is... Oh, Amazon, I hate your infrastructure sometimes. Okay. All right. All right. Let's think about this simply. Our VPC has a public subnet. If it just has a public subnet, do we want a NAT gateway? No. So we need to know if we have a private and public subnet. If we have a private and public subnet, then we need to create a public subnet with NAT gateway. And then we need to create private subnets with routes to NAT gateway. Okay. So I think what we do is we say public subnets, something like this, and then private, oh no, here, let's do this. Subnet private, subnet public. Yeah. AWS network subnet. Okay. And so this is going to be a AWS network subnet array. Oh, that's right. This is Go. What am I doing? And then this is going to be an AWS network subnet array. Exclamation mark dot files. Okay. So we've got our public subnet. Oh, wait, no, this is just a struct. Hold on. Boop. There we go. Now it's an array. There we go. Okay. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to say, we do want to iterate through them. So we almost want to just like duplicate this. Right? And what we want to do is we want to say if s dot private, then subnet private append subnet private s. Yes. Else you're going to be a public subnet. S. Yo, Phil, thank you for the tier 1 sub, man. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for being a part of the community, man. Thank you for hanging out. It's very sweet of you. Thank you, man. Thank you for the support. Keeping us alive, man. Thank you, thank you. You know what, dude? Me thinks something else here. We could change the DSL here, where we could say like private subnets and public subnets. It makes it more complicated. Let's not go too far. Let's not go too far. I feel like I'm going too far with that. Okay. Just keep doing what you're doing, Eric. Just keep doing what you're doing. Okay. Subnet public. L subnet public. Okay, so we've officially split the array into the two different types that we expect it to be, a subnet public or a subnet private. We need to know if we have a private. Okay, so if length. I'm literally just writing pseudocode, by the way, chat. I'm not trying to be perfect here. I'm just trying to think of the logic and how I want it to flow, and then we'll clean it up later. There's gonna probably be like 4 extra for loops here, so just shut up, all right? Let me just do what I'm trying to do. So if the length of our subnet public is greater than 0, and the length of our subnet private is greater than 0, then this means, and again, I'm just like doing this logic, right? We need to create a public subnet with a NAT gateway. Now, we do have another question we need to ask ourselves before we go forward, which is, yeah, yes. Yeah, that's like a completely closed off network, basically, yeah. Oh, shoot, what time is it? Okay, hold on. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, what's up, Cyber? How's it going? How does Nix work? I've watched their video and I'm confused. My video? Whose video? What video have you watched? What video have you watched? What are you talking about? On the Nix website. Oh. Okay, well, check this out. Go to our YouTube. There's a video right here called Develop with using Nix Flakes. You might not use Python. That's fine. Oh shoot. Don't go to that link. That link's gonna give it to you 216 seconds in. That's not what I wanted you to do. Or that's not what I wanted it to do. Hold on. Yeah, go to that video. Go watch that video. The reason why I say go watch that video is because that video within 10 minutes explains essentially in a real life example of why you would use it. And then that might help you understanding of what it is. That would be my suggestion. And that's not a bait, like I'm being serious. I don't know of a lot of great videos out there. And I do think that I'm a content creator who's trying to educate more on Nix. We also have a community, Pat, by the way. If anyone else is interested in the whole Nix thing, I'm massively interested in it. It's something I'm trying to learn more and use more. We have a section completely dedicated to asking questions around Nix, which nobody's asked yet, but that's fine because it was just created like a day or two ago. But as you can see in like our DevOps section as well, if you have questions about any of these things, you can ask them. I'm going to be putting questions in there as well. So yeah. Yo, this terminal background is cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So yeah, feel free to join the Discord if you have questions as well. Okay. This is Nix OS. Oh, wait, maybe it's just Nix. There you go. Okay, so we split the subnets into private and public, and then we check to see okay, so here's a question, chat. This is a question we need to ask ourselves. Do we want to try and support more than one NAT gateway? Because if we do, then we can technically say every public subnet we create has a NAT gateway in it. And that would also give us like high availability, essentially. I'm just wondering if I want to lock myself into that or not. What's your budget? Well, I mean, here's the thing: is I would only create one public subnet. You know what I mean? That probably shows you my budget. Yeah, we ain't at that scale yet. At work, I am, but not at work. They'd just be like, "Shut up, add one." But for the our company project or my company, it's a little different. Because I do want to make this pretty simple. And I'm thinking that if we make it so that every public subnet gets a NAT gateway, which then does lean into that just like ability of having high availability, then that is great. However, I don't want to create a NAT gateway we're like not going to use either, obviously. So I'm just trying to think of like we could also say like I would do it. I mean, I'm thinking so too. Again, it just simplifies, as I'm sure, only spin up what you need, but it's ready to... Exactly. That's... Yeah, nailed it. Yeah, nailed it. Yeah, same page. Yeah. 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 All right, we could do that. If we're going to do that, then this logic changes a bit. What this does now is this kind of goes back to that whole, like, public first, private second, where we say... Actually, we could keep the for loop, I guess. Or we don't need this. We just need to go directly into another for loop. So we could say, we'll just like copy this, do this, and then instead of arg subnets, we can just say subnet public, right? And then now we are in our public subnets. And so then we go here, cut this, paste this in right there, go like that, bam. Yeah. How do you join the Discord? !Discord in chat. Yeah, like I want to bake in that high availability, right? Like I'm glad we see that. Yeah. I want to bake in that high availability, but like it's sometimes hard to do that and not like just destroy the bank, you know what I mean, so to speak. So we got to make sure we're really not making it until we need it. Will we see Pulumi supporting Rust one day? So Pulumi has this mentality of like technically it should be able to support any language. I know that they've got like a ticket open for it. And they've been working, yeah, here you go. Yeah, like they're finding ways of taking their, like the TLDR is everything that Pulumi does is about language conversion, right? They're converting, Go to Pulumi code or Pulumi, readable DSL. They're converting JavaScript to Pulumi, like all these things are getting converted to Pulumi. And so they're finding ways to bridge, right? Because then you could essentially like write it in YAML, generate it, or write it in Rust, generate it to YAML, and then that becomes your Pulumi code essentially. So I think they're getting there. I think it's just going to take a little bit more time. I'm a big proponent of Rust. I like it a lot. I don't get to use it as much as I want. I do think I have a good understanding now with what I have used and what I have done to know when I would use it, at least. And I am excited to start using it even on stream for some projects that we're going to make. But honestly, I think Rust is still a hard selling point for some places. It's the truth. When would I use Rust? Right now, probably for command line tools mostly. I've had a lot of conversations with like people who, I know use Rust and who like it. Trust me, people more than likely people my biggest argument with anything is just like, what is the practicality for what I'm doing at least, and how can I apply it? And I've seen that you can do Rust to build a lot of different things, but when we talk about like the value it brings to DevOps, at least, being able to have a really well-defined command line tool that has, good, good interfaces and, structure and all of that, like just basically like a really well-written application, and then convert that to a binary so that it can run very quickly. Like Rust is a solid choice for building CLI tools. It really is. The only argument against Rust and CLI tools is just like, well, why not just build it and go? I don't know. That's up to you. I'm not saying one is better or the other. It probably would be almost identical in the process, you know what I mean, of building it, or the complexity. But if you like using Rust, like, yeah. So yeah, I would like to see more CLI tools built in Rust and it grow that way. Yeah. What theme am I using in NeoVim? So, chat, great question. So for a long time, a very long time, not gonna lie. Here, let's do this. We're gonna go to my dot files really quickly. I used a awesome theme called Tokyo Night. You guys may have heard of it. And like I love that theme, to be honest with you. It's one of my favorite themes. However, before all of that, listen, let's go to my original dot files. Roles. Hold on. NeoVim files. Hold on. I think it's in here. Is it in here? No. Where is it? Oh, no, it is. It should be in here. No, it's not. Maybe it's in here? Theme? Tokyo Night, yeah. So this file I first created... Oh, wow. It's literally whenever the repository was created. So it's literally as old as the repository. Long story short, I really do like Tokyo Night a lot. I use the night version of it. There's a couple of them. There's Night, Storm, and something else. I just used it for a long time, and I was starting to get sick of it. But I love the, like, cyberpunk coloration, if that makes sense. And I wanted to find something similar. And I, believe it or not, had also heard about something else that hits up very well recently, which was I don't know how to say it, Capucin theme. I had heard about this a while ago and got really hyped about it. And then, yes, a fellow streamer of ours did a stream about it, which reminded me of it. And I was like, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna try it. I was like, if all the hype's on Tokyo, I'm going somewhere else. But that's just how I play. Like, I'm gonna be real. I was like, you know what, man? Like, everybody's like hyped on this now. I want something different. So, yeah. So I literally like, look, I literally did this, like a day or two ago. Hold on, and this is in my Nix one. NVim. Here, where did I do it? Float term. Oh, no. It's in packages. Yeah. Hold on. I want to know what day I switched. Home manager. Where did I do it? Hold on. NeoVim configuration plugin. I don't know. I did it like a couple weeks ago. I can't find it now. I'm kind of bummed. Oh yeah, I also replaced Alacrity, so I'm back to using Kitty now. I use Kitty as well now, so I'm using Kitty, and I just changed everything. I just changed everything. I want to know where I made the change. What? How do you spell it? There it is. I have no idea where it went, but yeah, I replaced it like a couple days ago, and I replaced everything. To be clear, I replaced everything with cat, whatever it is, cat Poosin or whatever. My T-Mux, cat Poosin. My Neovim, cat Poosin. My Alacrity, cat Poosin. Yeah, no, I'm using it across. I'm using it across the board. It's all in my dot files. Cat what? What's up, Pick? You always come in at the perfect time. Alt hipster, duh. What's up, Kawhi? How's NixOS treating you? I've been meaning to give it a go for my desktop. I love it. Again, I use Nix for my development daily. So, you know, I enjoy being able to have it natively and like, you know, easily, you know, everywhere. You can get a lot of it with just the Nix package manager. Especially like, cause I installed Nix on Darwin, on Mac. It's called Darwin, but, yeah, I installed it on Mac. And you know, I can do most of what I can do on there too. I think honestly, I'm going to be real. I think if you want complete control over your like configuration and your operating system and everything, and you know, again, I'm literally making a YouTube video on this right now. Go create a virtual machine. Don't replace your whole computer unless you want to. If you want to, go ahead. But I personally think it's a much better approach to create a VM, run your development environment in a VM. You can play around with a bunch of all different kinds of things, and you have much more flexibility with that. And then, you know, it can, like, my operating system is technically whatever I want it to be. And because I can use Nix to recreate my environment, like I can have that anywhere. EC2 has a NixOS image. Oh, nice. Yeah, you could try that for sure, yeah. I have Tokyo on my work laptop and Grubbox on my personal Linux. Listen, I loved Tokyo, okay? Like, I used it for, like, literally at least a year or two. I just... I don't know, man. Once things gets a little too hyped, I'm like, okay, I need to try something else. And like, I don't know. I wanted to try something different. So I mean, again, it looks almost identical to Tokyo in some ways. It's just like, it's got minor variants that I like. So yeah, it was enough of a change for me to be like, I like it. We're good here now. I could stay here for a while. One Dark's good. I love One Dark. That's a good one. I use One Dark when I can't have like the theme I want. You just want to say Capucin. Yeah. I prefer, see, I love the purple. I love the purple. I'm a fan of the purple. And that was another thing too, was finding a theme that goes well with like my backgrounds and stuff. I'm very much about the aesthetics, if you might be able to tell. You're a Twitcher. That's, yeah. I just like purple. Any advice to junior programmer interested in DevOps? Yeah, I get this question a lot, and it is something I am planning on making a YouTube video about. But I think realizing that DevOps is about problem solving and not about technology is something very important. You know, I've been sitting here staring at code for like an hour, not writing it because I've been trying to think about just how it's going to be used and what the expectations are, and you know, how do I make sure I don't avoid, you know, accidentally provisioning a bunch of infrastructure I don't mean to and spending a ton of money, you know. It's things like that. And you can do that in anything. You can do that in Terraform, you can do that in Pulumi, you can do that in whatever, but it's still going to be that same problem. So I think that's a big part of it. And just getting really good at that, like really comfortable with systems and engineering and programming and all that enough to where you can just solve problems often. You know, like, I guess my question is, you know, how confident do you feel me coming up to you being like, help me, not knowing the problem, could you help me? Because like my job is that like every day I never know what the problem is until it hits me, and then I'm like, okay, here we go. Yeah. Replace main PC, get wrecked, fix PC working, profit. So you can run Nix on any operating system, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. It has a like an installer that you can use to install like the package manager and stuff like that. The operating system, just to be clear, is only for managing configurations of operating systems, because you would need an operating system that supports that. That explanation fits development too. Yeah, I mean, it does, but I think with development, you have more of like a planning phase. But with DevOps, it's like, here's the problem and it's happening right now. More than like, hey, we're going to build something, plan it out, make a sprint around it. I can't make sprints around bugs. I mean, I can, but you know what I mean? Like, I can't make sprints around like incidents. Yeah, there you go. That's a better one. We can't make sprints around incidents. I wish we could. That'd be nice. Hey, everything's going down. All right, we'll get to that over the week. Don't worry about it. As someone doing DevOps professionally, a lot of my work is thinking and architecting things. Yep. How does it work? Does it create separate sandbox environment? What? Sorry, what? Nix? Like, how does Nix work? Is that what you're asking? DevOps, think, chill, panic, think, sleep, chill, think. Yeah, pretty much panic. Yep. Repeat. Yep. Let's create a ticket and add it to the backlog. Maybe we put it into the sprint. Could you imagine, dude? Everything's going down. Oh my God. I want to make a friggin' video on that. That'd be hilarious. Don't worry. We'll get to it. Yeah. No, it's fine. Yeah. Can you close the door on your way out? We're in the middle of an engineering meeting. So Pat, think of like homebrew. Show the triangle. Oh, the triangle. Yes, my bad. Here. Let me show you the Nix Trinity, chat. Okay, so in our Discord, if you join our Discord, which some of you have, if you go to our wonderful Nix Trinity channel, we have what we call the Nix Trinity. If you click on our pins and you scroll down a little bit, you will see the declarative Trinity. That is Nix. Now, Nix is not an operating system. It is not a language. It is not a package manager, but it is, guess what, chat? All three. Yes. Yes. Onto you, my children. I don't know. But yeah, Nix is in fact all three. It is an operating system. It is a language, and it is a package manager. Hello, Steve F4 Jobs. Thank you. The idea is that if you want true reproducibility, you have to control every stack or every layer of the stack, right? You need to be able to tell the operating system which packages it should be installing, i.e. the package manager. You need an operating system that gives you the ability to then write configurations that it can read and then configure it itself with, i.e. the operating system. And then guess what? You need a powerful language that you can write all of these configurations in that translate from a package manager to an operating system and make all of this thing like one whole unit. And that is why Nix is in fact all three of these things. You can use Nix in certain parts, like you can use the language by itself, but it's not really as powerful until you say, lean on the package manager to building applications or building software. And when we talk about having complete reproducibility, it's not as powerful until you say okay, well, I want to know, whenever we do like a yum install or an apt-get or whatever, right? Then that is like that will always be the same package. It's not, they're not going to install some, random upgrade or somehow have some backend change that a SHA actually is a mismatch, but it's okay because it's still the package name. Like that won't happen because the language writes the configuration for the package manager that the operating system uses. And that is why we call it the Nix Trinity, chat. And yes, I am making a YouTube video on this, so don't worry. It'll be here. It's one of the ones I'm making. The good word, amen. Yes. Clip it, ship it. Yep. I've been using Docker to set up dev environments for coding. Would Nix fix this? Yes. Yeah. So in my video, right? And again, this is just a teaser to the rest of the videos that I'm trying to make, because a lot of DevOps content out there is not great. Let's just be clear. A lot of content, YouTube or DevOps content out there is not that great. And I'm trying to work on that, but there's a lot. There's a lot. And there's a lot you guys want to know too. So we're getting there. We're getting there. We got 3 so far and about 500 more to go. But I do have one video on there that shows you how to use Nix Flakes. And Nix Flakes actually give you an example of how you would develop with Nix, because it shows you like how you would create your developer shell. You'd have all those packages in that developer shell, or dev shell, like all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So many YouTube video coming. Dude, I am not, you have no idea. Yeah, you have no idea. It's a lot. Okay. So right now we're provisioning public subnets. Okay. So if we're provisioning public subnets, EIP, NAT gateway, and we're also making the opinion that NAT gateways should be in them, right? Then we need to give a NAT gateway in a public subnet, right? We're going to create the subnet, and then we need to get a NAT gateway EIP, a NAT gateway route. Yep, and then a NAT gateway itself. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure this route needs to go after this. I don't know how that got flipped. Yeah, there we go. Yes, Pat, literally. Listen, guys, I got to stand for this, all right? We got to talk. We got to talk about Docker. All right, chat, we got to talk about Docker, and I'm standing for it. I need to educate you guys on Docker and what it truly is, because I think we're all slightly mistaken. And I'm sorry to say this, but it's true. I'm going to have the talk with you today, chat, about what Docker really is. There's 2 terms that we're going to talk about, okay? No. We're going to talk about repeatability, and we're going to talk about reproducibility, okay? Now, these are very different in what they actually achieve, but they can look identical with what you're trying to do from time to time. Yo, Blank, thank you for the Prime, man. Thank you for those Bezos buckies. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. By the way, Blank, I don't know if you knew this, but I was in a band when I was a kid called Blank Screen. Let's go. Yes, it was a Blink 182 knockoff band, but it's all good. Anyways, let's talk about what repeatability and reproducibility means. Repeatability means that I have a set of actions that I want to do, and I want to repeat those over and over and over and over and over again, right? And actually a good example of this is a Docker file. So for example, if I open up a Docker file right here, you'll see that I'm saying, okay, I want to repeat the steps of using Alpine Golang 118, right? I want to repeat the steps of changing to a working directory, to copying this file, to downloading some stuff, to copying over some stuff, and then building some stuff, and then, all blah, 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 right? Like, these are all repeatable steps that I want to be able to achieve. And then when I repeat those steps, I'll have what I want, right? Repeatability gives you the benefit of imperativeness, right? And if you don't know what imperativeness means, it basically means that you can simply say, do this, 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 and then we get to where we are. Ansible is imperative, if you did not know. Ansible is imperative. Pulumi, for example, is declarative, right? So when we talk about repeatability, imperativeness kind of goes hand in hand, right? And we're just talking about repeatability, of just being able to say, hey, I want to be able to repeat some actions over and over. This is the power of a Docker file, right? This is the power of a Docker file. This is what made Docker files so powerful, was essentially saying, hey, I want to be able to take step, 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 and then I should be able to be where I am, right? But as we have built things, we have learned that that's not always truly the case, where it will repeat the steps, but it doesn't mean that it's always going to reproduce the same result. And that's why we're really putting a massive separator between repeatability and reproducibility. You might have repeatability, but repeatability does not mean that you will get reproducibility. Docker has a very common scenario, which happens all the time. I'm sure you guys have dealt with this too, where you go to build an image and then it just starts failing. You're like, what? How did this happen? And the Docker's like, well, you forgot to pin something. And then you go like, oh, come on, Docker. And then it's like, well, it's up to you to do that, right? And so you find yourself in this like pinning whirlwind where you say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and, pin all of my packages. Okay, cool. We've got packages pinned. Oh man, I have system level packages that, I have to install now too. Okay, well let's pin those. Okay. Oh man, those have dependencies too. How do I pin hopefully those are pinned, right? Like, you can argue. And like, I will literally go to DockerCon, stand in front of a freaking room full of Docker nerds and be like, I will argue with every single one of you that sure, you can pin until your heart's content, but it is not a guaranteeable solution. It is not. It's not, right? And so you do that. You find yourself like trying to get as close to the identical thing that you need, right? And then your Docker file becomes inflated and all of these other things. So when we talk about reproducibility, there's a few things that we need to think about. And the first thing is like, how do we guarantee reproducibility, right? And that's normally about being declarative. Now I'm going to show you a Docker file, and then I'm going to open up another window, and I'm going to show you a flake. Now on the left-hand side is a Docker file that has a bunch of steps. And by the time we get to here, I should hopefully have what I'm, wanting. If I don't, then I got to figure it out. This, however, is a flake file where I'm telling it, hey, these are my inputs, and I want you to be able to pin every single input that you take. I want you to any package that you take, I want you to pin it, and I want you to SHA 256 checksum it, right? So any change that you pull in or any package you pull in is not just downloaded, but it's actually validated against a checksum. And this checksum guarantees that the package you're getting is the one that you're expecting, right? This is what actually happens when you do and use things of like package.locks and things like that. So like, if you just like simply take out the word nix and you put on Python, you've got a requirements.txt. Well, not fully, but somewhat, right? If you put it in JavaScript, you've got a yarn.lock file, right? This is what Nix is doing. Nix is literally saying, hey, oh, you want to go and use Alpine? Well, I mean, again, this would be Nix. You want to download a system package? Cool. You're going to get that from Nix packages, and this is going to be SHA locked, meaning you can only get it from this version of Nix packages, and it'll only be this version from Nix packages. If you want to update it, you have to literally update the lock itself so that it downloads the next version. And that's identically to how lock files work with like, again, Node or other languages, Go, stuff like that. Docker cannot do this. Sorry, love you, Docker. You can't do it. It will get close to it, but Docker does not have any type of opinions around the inputs outside of saying, hey, download a version. It doesn't have the ability of controlling the packages and how they're installed and what versions or what SHA of them is installed, right? Now, here's the thing. If Docker added support for this, then it would do that, right? And there's actually been arguments of like Docker file lock files where being able to, oh, sorry, no, this isn't it. But being able to like take here's a feature request of being able to have a Docker file that's truly reproducible, that has like a lock file in it that like notes all of your versions and all of your SHAs and all of that stuff, and then says like, okay, this is what I want. Now, somebody in chat, India Pale Ale, I appreciate you saying this, man, because Docker can use the NixOS operating system in a container, and then you can do that. But guess what, baby? You got to use Nix. So yeah, no, it's a very powerful, very cool tool that I'm an advocate for. I'm trying to be more of an advocate. And like chat, I'm not you guys with this stuff. I am hardcore in it. I am in the main NixOS meta, whatever this thing is. Like I'm in like this is the most official like Nix thing you can be in. We're also creating our own community around Nix in our Discord where you can ask questions and like talk about. So like, yeah, like I'm a big fan of it. Yeah, the Matrix. Yeah. Do I think that you should stop using Docker? No. Okay, listen to me. When I say this, I'm going to be very clear on it. Nix is like a Tesla. Well, I don't want to say a Tesla because I don't want to be too negative. But like Nix is like Mac OS. Once you use it, you're kind of vendor locked in. Yo, India Pale Ale, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate that. Seriously, if you use Nix, by the way, feel free to join our community. I love being able to. I know I took it back. Calm down. Okay. Calm down, nerds. All right, chill out. Anyone who's interested in the community, please be sure to join. Nix is open source. Yes. All I'm saying is that if you're going to use Nix, you're going to use Nix Package Manager. And if you're going to use Nix, you're going to use Nix CLI tools. And if you're going to use Nix, you're going to use more than likely the Nix operating system. There's a lot of buy-in that you use with Nix. Now, I am experimenting and my neck beard is all in a tizzy. But Nix, that's very true. Nix is more like Vim. You can't quit it. But yeah, no, all I'm trying to say is it is something like one of the benefits I will say Docker has over Nix is adoptability. Again, I'm working on trying to I want to try and get to the point with Nix where I can start actually innovating with it and start making more innovative uses of it rather than what it is used more likely right now, which is just a build system. But it's going to take time. So I'm trying to do that. You know what I mean? Also, Docker runs on Windows. Yeah. So no, you should not throw Docker out the window. I'm just simply telling you, in your mind, you need to know that if any mamma jamma comes up to you trying to tell you some no jive business about Docker being reproducible, you could tell them that I learned from Black Glasses on the Alt F4 stream that it is not. That's all I'm trying to tell you. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Do I know Alex Animations? I do not. I do not. He does cool animations on YouTube. Oh, nice. BG was just, yes, and you can use Nix with Docker. So again, Nix is an operating system, right? Nix OS. And so they do have a image, right? So what you would do is you would basically build your Nix application in this container with utilizing the Nix, package manager and everything like that. So yeah. And honestly, I might start doing this. This might actually be the move. Yeah, actually, this might, because there's one thing I'm still learning about, which is Nix DevOps, and I'm actually like, I peep this category often in here. So if you go here, nope, go here, nope, here, yeah, you go here. Here, I'm gonna join it actually. Where is it? There's deployments. Yeah, I'm just gonna join it. Join the discussion. Because I wanna learn more about deployments. I don't really know much about deploying Nix. That's one thing I need to really get better at learning. Jeez, 1 million polls? Darn. I'd like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as Nix is in fact Nix Linux, or as I've been recently called it, Nix plus Linux. Nix is not an operating system under itself, rather than free component of fully functioning GNU system. Okay. So, yeah, I get you, Maddox. I think that argument's valid if we're going to take it that literally, though, with any distro. Because we're talking about distros now. Oh, that's a copy pasta. Okay, cool. I was like, what? I was like, okay, all right. I can never tell. Okay. I was like, whoa. Yo, do not make me correct your perspective, okay? Because I will. Please do not make me correct. Dog, I swear to God. I knew that quote. Dude, I literally swear to you. I was like, is this fucking Richard Stallman right now? Like, who am I talking to? I was like, yeah, he got, oh man. I hated him saying that too, dude. It got me so pissed off. I was just like, whatever, bro. Good. Okay. All right. I'm glad that wasn't real. I'm glad that wasn't real. One global moment per stream. Yeah, cool. I feel like it's hard to learn DevOps when you don't really have any operations. Yeah, you're not wrong there. You need to have an organization that's willing to support DevOps and its growth and being able to work properly as well. Yeah. Wasn't Stallman the guy who ate his feet? Yeah, he's a weird all right. Just like, oh God, just like sits down, starts chomping away, man. Like thinking about a question answer too. Like, oh God, what, dude? For DevOps, infra knowledge tends to be more practically useful than development knowledge. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say DevOps is a lot like street smarts, but in some ways it's a lot more of, have you gone through an outage before? Do you know how to do recoveries? Have you thought about creating cloud infrastructure? Do you know, like, it's stuff like that. But Sally, I mean, you're definitely not wrong, yeah. I don't care too much for reproducibility. I just want a dev environment that doesn't pollute to my user space. I mean, and like, here's the thing. Nix can do all of those things, but if you want to use the full power of it, that's what it's really used for. But it can do those things. It can. Oh, God. No, I mean, Juice, he's like, so, okay, here's probably my favorite Stallman moment, which is when Linus Torvalds, like, I'll never forget this. They went out of their way to give him an award. or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but I think like Stallman got an award or something like that. And then like he just like he like takes it or something like that, and he's like, but by the way, GNU was here first. Like he basically Kanye's Torvald. And like poor guys like Torvald's kid's like sitting over here. Like everybody in the room is just kind of like, oh God, like okay, man. And this is like in the 90s when like this kind of behavior was a little bit, you know, a little bit less common, I would say. Yeah, it was just, I just remember seeing that and being like, oh man, you had to be the guy. Like it had to be you. You had to be the GNU guy. Like, we all have our crazy backgrounds though, right? Like we all have our crazy past, I guess. And Stallman, unfortunately, is going to be one of those in the tech world. He very much was, yeah. He very much, well, he is, I guess, but. So Kanye basically pulled a Stallman. I mean, kind of, yeah, dude. Like, it, like, listen, if you guys don't know what Revolution OS is, Rev OS, yeah, go watch this. It's an open source YouTube documentary. And it's not made by YouTube, but it's just, it's on YouTube and it's free. That's why you can watch it. But it's a really, really great movie on like where we came from, like where we really came from, the tech world. Yeah, it's a really good documentary on that. Temple OS, I think, got that. He was a cringe tailblazer. He really was. He really was. Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. I like the JPL, so I thank him for it. Can we discuss copyleft versus permission for the... No, we cannot. You can watch that video, and honestly, that video does a really good job of explaining copyright. So if you don't understand how software copyright works, I would recommend watching that video. It does do a good job of it. I mean, it's also being explained by one of the originators of software copywriting, so that's kind of nice. Yeah. It's a good documentary. What time is it? 1:43. Hang on one second, chat. Gotta check work. Sorry about that. Checking out stuff for work. You're supposed to be working? No, my company knows I stream. I'm in ops, so I want to make sure, like, if a fire happens, I can still be there. You know what I mean? It's just courtesy, really. It's all. I don't have to care. I guess is what I mean to say is I don't have to care, but I'm doing it just because I care about the company and like what I do. So. But I don't actually have to care if I don't want to. Well, so here's the thing. I'm like kind of in charge of our pipelines at work, which if you think about it, like it's a major responsibility, especially when you have like over 400 repositories that are being committed to daily. Like, so I made some changes to our cluster recently, and it's all running on Kubernetes. Like we're at like 100 nodes right now. And by the way, we're at 100 C5 2XL nodes. If you want to get an idea. Oh, yeah, there you go. That'll give you an idea of the kind of scale I work with. Right now, we're running pipelines for 50 jobs at the moment. 50 different CI jobs. And, yeah, 95 nodes at the moment. And we can easily scale up to like 500 nodes if we need to. But what's cool is it'll scale down in like 5 minutes back down to like 12. That's about $5,000 or $5,000 in nodes alone if you don't have a savings plan. Well, we definitely have a savings plan. We're a huge company, so yeah, we definitely have a savings plan. However, the scaling on this cluster is super aggressive. And so the nodes only on average last for like 60 minutes. So that's something to take into account. Is like every 60 minutes they're going away, if not quicker, which normally it is quicker. So like, I think I'm not allowed to share our costs. I can't share our costs, but let me put it to you this way. It's not as much as you think. It's really not, it's not as much as you think. Do you have a nice Kubernetes resources? I want to deploy stuff to production. So okay, I do have, and I talk about this a lot. The 2 Udemy courses there, are awesome. I understand you could feel how you want to feel on Udemy. I get it fully. However, I know the person who teaches those courses. I've, taken them myself, and I do think that they're a really good introduction on both to Docker and Kubernetes. So like people ask me all the time, like, how do I get started with that? Take those courses. They're worth it. And I truly believe when you walk away from them, if you paid attention, you should feel somewhat confident with using the tech. That's a lot of builds, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, but see, now we're at 35. So like, it just like, whew. I already have the container. Well, then do the Kubernetes one. Just do the Kubernetes one itself. Do you know how to use Kubernetes at all? Sorry, I got a text message. What does your company do again? We're an insurance company. Yeah, we're a tech insurance company called Hippo. Unfortunately, not yet. Okay, then I would suggest the the Kubernetes, the second one. You don't have to do both of them. You definitely don't have to do both of them. But I do think the yeah. Are you running EKS or Kubernetes on EC2? EKS, yeah. You mean at work? Well, both. Yeah, both places we run EKS, yeah. Yo, TypeScript Tea Time, by the way, thank you so much for the raid. Shout out to TypeScript Tea Time. Go give him a follow. Go say hello. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Appreciate you. Have a good rest of your evening. And again, I appreciate the similar content. We need more DevOps. We need more DevOps content. My app deals with video processing and will have Django and XX. Interesting. Honestly, man, if you're doing any type of video processing, you're going to have to think about that really hard. If you want to put it in the cloud. We do video processing, but we don't do it in the cloud. If you go to our Twitter, I actually just posted a picture of this the other day. We have our own like on-prem servers. And so we do all of our like highly compute intensive stuff on these nodes just because it's not cost effective for us to do it in the cloud. And we can do it better here. So yeah, video processing stuff, man. Video processing is very tough. It'll cost you a lot. Like that's why Twitch, like, so Twitch, I don't know. Twitch made an announcement today about some things, and I really wasn't going to try and get into them, but the bottom line is it's definitely why, Twitch has like cost issues and whatnot. We'll call them cost issues. And about Golang, any courses? So if you're interested in Golang, I would hop into our Discord and then join the programming channel. If you click on the programming channel right here, and then you click on the pins, you're going to see like learn Rust. There's definitely, there's learn Go, tons of Go stuff in here. Learning resources on Elixir. Yeah, by the way, guys, there's a lot of like any resources that we find valuable, though it has been a minute since we've pinned new ones, I can tell, are normally pinned up here. So like Go, Rust, all of that stuff. We've got some good pins in there. So I would recommend checking out the Discord programming channel. Yeah. Yeah, I want to give the ability to process their videos, but they will have to pay for that. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's cool, man. There's a lot of space for the video processing world. Yeah, video plus cloud. Yeah, exactly. Same here. Appreciate your streams and weekend. Oh, thank man. I appreciate that. Have a good one, buddy. Have a good one. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing OpenShift satellite with some internal orgs because they prefer intensive jobs on-prem. Yep. Yeah, it's just cheaper. It's just genuinely, it's just cheaper. By the way, Juice, I don't know if you're still there, but I'm excited to see you and hang out at TwitchCon. Yes. I am, I'm very hyped. Yeah, it was nice to be able to finally RSVP and everything and be like, okay, cool. We're good. Additionally, I will be training some ML AI models for processing 2 costs. Nice. Very cool. Very, very cool. Me too, me too. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's gonna, I just feel like we haven't, like, for starters, I've never seen you in person before. I've seen Jordan in person before and a few others, but like, yeah, it's gonna be nice just to be able to hang out in person. The max pods, yeah, I mean, it's all managed by their control plane, so I get that, but yeah. Azure, you don't need to worry about that. With Azure, you can change it. Just be aware of that. So, yeah, I've only hung out with this person and 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 this person. But no, it's okay. We'll see you eventually. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just with everybody else besides you, BG. Look at the spot VMs. You didn't ask, but they are cheaper. Oh yeah, spot. I mean, you could save a lot of money with spot VMs, up to like 60%. I think is what they say. I haven't met Trash either, but then that means you're lumping me in the same group with Trash, and then I'm like indirectly offended by that. Poor Trash. Poor Trash. Yeah, poor Trash. You can be directly offended. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm directly offended then. Spot VMs versus savings plans. It depends on your negotiations with Amazon. Yep. It's the only reason it's going to be better. Super light pods and I'm keeping them. Oh, nice. All right. Is there, hold on. Where are we, by the way? Like, what time is it right now? Let me check on work one more time. Hang on. Yo, remember how I told you how we had like 90 VMs like 5 minutes ago? About 40 of them are already being scheduled to scale down. I love my job. It's just play money. That's all it is. It's just play money. Like, that's one of the fun things about being in DevOps is you don't have to like, as long as you're not just burning the money, because then if you are, you're just gonna get fired. But dude, I just had like 100 C5 2 extra large. If that was up for like 9 hours, that would cost so much money. But if you know what you're doing, it can be fun. I mean, like, what program should look to use, or what program should look to use these spot VMs effectively? I mean, with spot VMs, you kind of build the infrastructure around it yourself. But what I can say is like there are services out there. One of the ones we use is called Spot.io. And like these are services that allow you to like basically connect your AWS account to their services, and then they'll manage your like spot costs and stuff like that. So there are solutions out there that you can pay for, but 9 times out of 10, if you're not paying for somebody to do it, you're doing it yourself. Poor Trash. I love that kid, even though he's like a grown-ass adult. Okay, so do we need to do... The problem is that... Okay. I'm wondering if it makes more sense instead of having subnets that we split like this. To say we go through all of them and then we return the subnets that are public and the subnets that are private. I think that's what we do, chat. Yeah, I think that's what we do. Yeah. Yep. I'm a genius. It's okay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. EC2 subnet. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna change this to an array of EC2 subnets, right? And that's because the output of the array is going to be able to tell us which one of these are EC2 subnets. And because we'll also have the actual resources, we'll have the IDs and everything else we need. This makes more sense. We started using AWS and instantly got approved for huge budgets, and they struggle to get USB adapter. I mean, yeah. To be fair, I deal with that sometimes too, or I've dealt with that before, and I don't know. They're a bit of different problems. You kind of need to keep the lights on, you know what I mean? You don't always need a, whatever you said, a USB adapter. But it is difficult to show the difference between the two, I guess. Yeah, this is what we want. Okay, so we're going to get rid of this. And then we are going to go back to this. And we're going to say args.subnets. Yep. And then we're going to create our subnet. And then if s.private, then we want to subnet private equals append subnet private prevent. Yes, subnet prevent. Yes, that's what I meant to say. There we go. Else subnet public append, and here's where we'll do the appending. Yeah, I like this. Okay, if I could spell, be nice. BG, if you could possibly there we go. Subnet. I like your Vim environment. Is that any kind of opinionated out of the box package or just your own? It's pretty much all my own opinionations, yeah. However, another dope thing about Nix, check this out. Nix has the ability of compiling many different types of things. It can compile Rust code, it can compile C, Go, whatever. One of the cool things it can do as well, because it's so dadgum powerful, is it can also compile like things that you need, like plugins or modules or things like that. And so I actually have an overlay in Nix that builds my configuration like a plugin. And so what happens is Nix builds the Alt F4 stream, my whole config, as if it was a plugin. And then in my actual Nix configuration, if we go to init.lua, it's just this. And then that's my whole... it's not that... Okay, I mean, fair. You can do it. You can do it. I'm just saying you can do it with those things. Sorry. Scotty's like, hold up. Don't make them think it's going to be easy and then come back and yell at you later, BG, okay? That's fair. I'll submit to that one. But yeah, feel free to check out my dot files and stuff like that if you want. How do you add that styled line in NeoVim at the bottom? This one? This guy? My Lua line? Is this what you're talking about? Lua line? Yeah, it's called Lua line. I think. Okay, so VPC, Internet Gateway, subnet private, append. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to take all this NAT gateway stuff and we want to move it to just private. So we're going to say for S range subnet, public, right? And this is where we'll say, okay, in all of our public. Now remember, like I said, this isn't like, I'm trying to not overcomplicate these things. I'm trying to think about this in, like, even if I was writing this in Terraform, most of this is really just me using, configuration that I'm passing down to functions. And so if we look at this, like I said, we create our VPC, we create our public route table, right? We create our private route table, we create our internet gateway, and then we iterate through all of the subnets and create them. And when we create them, just by default, we put it into an array of subnets public or subnets private. And so now what we can do is now that we have like a public or an array of public subnets or private subnets, I could say like, okay, well, if you're in the public subnets, right, then you get the NAT gateway, because that was our opinionation. We said that if you're a public subnet, to have that high availability for NAT gateways and stuff like that, every time a new public subnet is created, we put a NAT gateway in it. And so now you can see that, we've separated where we've actually been able to create all of our subnets, and then we're separating our concerns, saying like, okay, now that we've created our subnets, what's the next step? Instead of writing a lot of crazy ass logic that you would spend the next, 2 to 3 days trying to just work, because you're trying to do like for loops and all of these other things. So I agree. Programming automation is tough. It can be challenging. You just got to think about it a lot. You really got to just think about like, am I overcomplicating this or am I making this simple? NAT gateway on a public subnet. Yes, NAT gateways need to be in public subnets because they need public IP addresses. No. So okay, here. This is how NAT gateways work. So an internet gateway, right, is what is attached to the VPC, right? IGW. Now, by default, any subnets that go through, right, any subnets that go through this gateway are on a public subnet. Those are public subnets, right? Private subnets by default are completely isolated. They have no internet gateway whatsoever. Even if you put a private subnet and drop it in, you need to make sure that you have a route accordingly. If you want, again, here's the thing though. If you want them to be truly isolated, you cannot have the gateway route be this. Amazon themselves say that what defines a public subnet is it being attached directly to an internet gateway. So what we do is we create a NAT gateway in a public subnet so that it can get a public IP address as well as that private one. And then that's how these stay private. So yeah, so in this case, yeah, exactly. And so then our private subnets route through that NAT gateway out that public subnet. Yeah. So would you say that the course you linked me to help that is already, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He like rolls them from one to another. So if you do the Docker one, then you immediately know how to get started with Kubernetes. And if you already know Docker, then you immediately know how to get started with Kubernetes. Yeah, they're good. They're very good at the sense of they keep your focus where you need it to be. I think at least, yeah. They're not. He shouldn't. From what I remember, it wasn't like, here's how to use Docker. It's like, all right, we got containers and images. Let's run them. You know what I mean? I don't think he ever talked about like any of the other stuff because it's all in the Docker step. Thank you for the follows, by the way, guys. I appreciate you so much. Beautiful souls. Yeah. I've used Docker Swarm. I used to run production deployments with Docker Swarm, actually. Once upon a day. Okay, so... you know what's going to stink, though, chat? Association... ass. I have a feeling we're going to end up renaming some of these things. Uh-oh. Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to end up renaming some of these. So, can I get the subnet name? S.name? Name? Is that a thing I can get? No. Tags? Oh, I'd have to get it from the tags, wouldn't I? No, there's a subnet name. Isn't there? Isn't there? Hold on. Subnet name. New subnet cider. New subnet. Okay, there is no name. Oh, wait, no, is there a name? No, there is no name. Okay. So I'd have to... I'd have to deconstruct it the same way. So args.name. Names. Okay, so then it'd have to be like this. It'd have to be like route table association name, blah blah, whatever. Format sprintf args.name. And then I think the AZ. Can I get the AZ? I can. Yes. Yes. Okay, dope. Although, I'm going to have to apply that. Damn it. Wait, what? Yo, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. I remember Docker Swarm being easy to set up. Me and my buddy got it working with our laptops as a cluster on the college now. Nice. Oh, man. I'm very thankful and lucky and happy to be where I am in my life. You know, I like getting older, to be honest with you. I like being able to have more control over my life and, you know, all of the other things. Maybe not control, but, you know, more of the things I like to do. But man, do I miss being young sometimes. There is a lot of great things. You know, when you first start learning something, it's such a fun experience. It really is. And I look back fondly on those years, mostly just because I was just enjoying learning so much. Okay. Funk. All right. And then we should be able to say AZ string. And then we want to return a string. And then we want to do this. Return. Yep, like that. And we're going to say this is the route table association name. Thank you, tab 9. You're so kind. Cannot use route table association name, EIP name. Crap. Oh, they're both strings. Oh, no, they're not. Enjoy being older, but I do miss the freedom and newness. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun times. Now I'm just an old fart yelling at the clouds. I have to learn to survive. It's not all the same. Yeah, man. I like dependency. It's easy. You can't miss newness and dive. That's fair. Yeah. Honestly, that's probably one of the most reasons why I'm so like obsessed about Nix. It's just simply because yeah, that's a very valid statement. It is one of those feelings of just like, oh my gosh, this is so much fun. I'm learning so much. Well, you're not wrong there. D-Ruff, how's it going? Hello. I'm good. How are you? What time is it? Oh, shit. Okay. Chat, I don't want to. I might have to get going. Oh man, I might have to get going. Let me see if we can get a little bit more done, but I might have to get going here in a minute. It's a different newness. But it does bring that feeling. I like the feeling of DevOps. We're constantly in that mood. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I made an extension. Anybody want to try it? If you want to, you're more than welcome to share it in our Discord. Yeah, you're more than welcome to share it in our Discord if you want. The link might not go very far here though, just because we don't really share links except for like ours. But yeah, if you want to, you're more than welcome to. You're welcome to share it. Just be careful, chat, as always, with links shared in the chat. Sounds legit. Yeah, I mean, that's normally why I say go to the Discord as well. Just because then we can vet people's links a little bit easier since Discord like loads them and stuff. So, yeah. How am I going to do this, though? So I want to be able to get the... Nice. Strello. There you go. Check it out on the store, Strello. Very cool. I appreciate you sharing that, man. I mean, if you have an official store link, I don't think anyone's going to have a... Here, let me look it up. Which one? Firefox? Chrome? I'm guessing Chrome. I want to see now. Now that I know it's at least behind a firewall. Nice. Not really... Huh. That's cool. That's actually pretty dope. I like the idea. I like the idea. It seems like it gives you the ability of sharing a website experience with somebody while they're on the same site you are. Which is cool. That's actually pretty dope. I dig it, my friend. I dig it. Like I said, not trying to be rude, just trying to protect our viewers and community as always. So we have a slight problem here, which is... I wish I could get the stinking, like, name. The EIP is going to be... Oh, dude, Scotty. I can't do that right now. Scotty, I'm like literally about to go, bro. I could do like 2 minutes of it. How's that sound? Oh, god dang it. Dang it, man, I keep freaking forgetting we got that as a dadgum redemption. We really do need to figure out a way we can get a dadgum clock on the stinking screen there and at least be able to track this mamma jam, you know what I'm saying? You want me to do a monkey type? Wow. Oh my god. All right. You want me to do a monkey type? All right. Let's see how southern I really am, chat. If I could do a monkey type while talking. As, become, way, here, however, point, part, set, problem, much, it, move, life, real, do, and those, she, just, of, time, general, child, a, now, small, for, at, lead, after, but high, get, ooh, nation, who, and, last, follow, out, just, such, over, again, there you go. There you go. 94% accuracy, too. I'll take it. Southern accent monkey type. Yeah, there you go. That's cool. No, I dig the idea. That's actually a very dope idea. That's a very cool idea. Dadgummit. Well, I really don't know how I'm going to do this new EIP naming, though. It's going to be an actual problem. It even works on YouTube. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice, very nice. That's very, very cool. What did you make it in? What was that tech stack? Hit us with the tech stack, Druv. What's the technicals? Okay, so this sucks a little bit because I need to create a new EIP, but it wants a string, but I'm getting it off of the subnets that we create, and that is a string output. Cool. Very cool indeed. Yo, what's up, Akar? How's it going, buddy? I remembered your name. I have to speak in a southern accent because somebody redeemed it, so this isn't how I normally talk, just to be clear. What's going on, man? How's it going? Shout out to Akar. He's a car. It's pretty straightforward. How you doing, bud? There you go. It'll kick in a second. Super Zen Twitch, what's up, man? Thank you for the follow. How's it going? Hello, hello. Well, I thought it would. Come on, Quirk. What are you doing? Let me see something here. Hello? You broke my bot. Oh, no, you didn't. I'm good. Just returned from the gym. Noise. My bot is... Why are you upset? Why is my shout out not working? I don't know. Whatever. Go check him out. Why are my shout outs not working? That's weird. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Okay. Dang it, dude. So this is probably why they're replacing this API as well, is because it has... So there's this, yeah, I don't know why the shout-out's not working. I'm not sure at all. Shout out. Let's try the Alt F4 stream. What if I just do that? Yeah, no, shout-outs just aren't working at all right now. But the pings are working, which is weird. Like, everything else is like, dot files. Yeah, it's just that specific one. Rip Southern accent? Oh, dang. Yo, D-Ruv, you have a nice day yourself, good sir. Good sir and or madam. Thank you for stopping by. You kind soul. Hey, chat, you guys ever get yourself in a scenario where you're programming and you're in like a really good vibe and then you hit something and you just go like, yeah, I want to go do something else now. Like, you know how, like, you know what you have to write. Like, you know it. Like, you see the code, you know what you have to write. And then you're just like, I don't feel like writing this right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it. We just did a seriously intense 4-hour session. And I can't force myself to do this. Basically, I got to figure out how, so this new EIP method takes a string, right? But I want to make a string from the name, which is a string, and the availability zone, which is a like propagated attribute on the subnet after it's created. And so like there's this like, I got to figure out like basically how to convert it and all this stupid bullshit. I'm just like, I think we're good. I don't want to make you guys go through that and see me just like actually use the bleep button. So I'm going to call it here, guys. Thank you so much. It's the worst on big projects when you have 2 weeks. Yeah, exactly. Did I not use sprintf? Oh, I did use sprintf. Okay, cool. I was like, oh man. Oh, did I spell it wrong? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, we're good. But yeah, procrastination. Exactly. Is the YouTube site or is the Ubuntu site down? I don't know. Is it? No? Oh, it is down. Dang. Oh, you hate to see it happen, chat. You hate to see it happen. It looks like it is down. Chat is distracting you anyways. Yeah, I would say I probably got about 30% done of what I actually wanted to get done. Now, I will say most of what we're done is actually, like, most of what we have done is the majority of it. I know that sounds probably confusing, but most of the confusion was around the subnets and like how we attach these route tables to it and stuff like that, which we solved. So like the refactors, I just got to finish writing it now. So we'll do that later. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are beautiful. You guys are wonderful. You guys are so supportive. Thank you. Thank you. If you are new to our community, please be sure to check out that little blurb right there. Basically, we are a co-hosted show or channel, whatever you want to call it, by myself, BG, as well as my good friend Atoda. Basically, during the week, you can hang out with me where we do DevOps streams, we do engineering streams, we focus on a lot more advanced things that I work on and focus on daily. And if you hang out with us during the weekends, you get to hang out with Atoda, who is fresh to programming, brand new, learning a lot of new concepts like how to build front ends, how to build back ends, how to connect the two, and a bunch of other fun things. So I hope if I don't get to see you during the week, I at least get to see you on the weekends. We have a fantastic community in our Discord. If you ever have questions about anything, our Discord is focused on helping you guys out. Please feel free to ask your questions. Drop them in here. If you got Nick's questions, projects, DevOps, whatever. I think no matter what, we are going to keep the DevOps and the infrastructure in the Nick's one. We'll see what happens with the projects and advice one. But please, if you feel like you have a question, feel free to use these. Mostly just because it's very easy for me to be able to respond to you. When chats happen, things get pushed and they get pushed up and then I don't get back to them. But these threads are actually really nice for me to be able to get to you. So if you have questions, feel free to ask. We have a community who's there for you as well. Outside of that, please be sure to check out our YouTube too. This is brand new. This is something we're really trying to work on. Again, we've got 3 main videos up there right now, which really, I think, hopefully focus on a lot of what we're trying to, educate the world. DevOps, Nix, automation, all that fun stuff. So please be sure to check out that. As well as our Alta 4 archives. Our Alta 4 archives are where we post all of our VODs. As a matter of fact, I am literally rendering a bunch of VODs as we speak, and I will be posting those again starting tomorrow. So those will be back on the normal daily rotation as well. So again, you shouldn't be able to miss too much. And no matter what, if you miss anything else, be sure to go to the wiki. Again, we try and be as helpful and educational as we can. So hopefully it helps. Thank you guys again so much for hanging out with me today. Add the archives to channels tab, and we have to get we're very new. We've only got like 500 subscribers on one and like 100 on another. We're not big at all. We're a very modest channel. We're getting there. But I think there's things we have to unlock first, and I think that might be one of them. So, yo, Akar, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that, man. I've been enjoying your streams. I've been lurking every now and then as well. So good to see the growth, man. Congratulations. And yeah, be sure to go check them out. But yeah, have a great rest of your evening, guys. Let me go find somebody to raid really quickly. And by the way, all you Rust nerds are making me want to get into Rust. All you Rust nerds are making me want to get into Rust. So we might have to do some fun rusting in the near future. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see it. It's a lifestyle. I know, but I feel like Rust is like Nix. I already got 1 cult I'm in. I don't know if I need to be in 2. I don't know if I need to be in 2, man. Yeah. Because I'll join both, I'll drink both the Kool-Aids, and then I'm just equally screwed. All right, let me see. Who can we raid? Oh, dang. Hell yeah. All right, we just raided them. Let's go raid Griffin. We haven't raided. Well, hold on. Is there anybody doing DevOps? Hold on. Let me check that first. Dang it. Not yet. One day, chat. One day, I will open this up and I will see. Oh, wait. What is this? Oh, dang it. They're not live yet. Thought I was going to be able to send you some. All right. I got to get going. Let's just go raid Nick. Or let's go raid Nix. Yeah, let's go raid Nix, chat. Let's go raid CM Griffin. Make Orca start streaming? Hey, man, I wish. He's awesome. We have to get more people in and then do podcast stream where we talk about shit for hours. Then I'm sure you can get on your own board with Rust. I mean, I'm down. Like I said, I love learning about, new stuff. And, like I've talked to Prime about it a lot. I've talked to a few other people. I've talked to Tej as well. The best thing I can, for me in DevOps, I can justify is CLI tools, right? Being able to create CLI tools in Rust and stuff like that. That I think is actually really powerful. And it's something I'm definitely interested in. So I think that's probably where I would start. At least yet, but it's hard to say that too because it's like I also use Go now for it too. So we will explore it. I'm very interested. Perfect place to start. Hell yeah. Well, I got the approval, so yeah. All right, guys. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. I hope to see you Friday, and if not, I hope to see you Saturday. Whenever I see you next, love you. Have a fantastic rest of your day.